Get a couple coconuts. One coconut cut in half.
I don't have any.
Would
it sound like a really fat horse if you had 2 uncut coconuts?
No, but we have that now.
There you go.
Thanks.
I don't know. I typed in a horse, and that was like one of the first things.
Oh, is this our new thing?
Horse.
Oh.
Horse-esque.
Pinterest here. I feel like you all should see what Pinterest was showing me on my dashboard.
Is it a horse?
No.
What is that? Is that kiwi?
No, it's not a fucking kiwi.
Isn't that what passion fruit? I don't remember.
It might be a mango.
That's
guava.
Yeah,
It looks pretty mango-esque.
But there's like seeds in the middle.
There's a guava bar down the street from me. I don't even know what that is. Called like guava juice or something. I know nothing about it.
I saw this today, William. I thought you might like this.
Why are you talking to me?
Oh.
I don't love it.
Definitely something.
It's
Alex, what happens if you keep connecting camels to each other?
What do you mean?
You know,
Look at
put
the
their
image.
heads up each
How
other's
many
assholes.
camels can you connect together before it's too many camels?
Then you get
Too many camels?
The fabled quad camel.
Well, I mean, Kim has already
Cells
established that.
observed in the wild.
Like, Kim has established a lot about like nature. Like, she explained to me that more than 6 eyes is too many, and I'll never forget that. 6 is enough. You're allowed to have 6 eyes.
What was the other thing there was another thing I numbered.
I don't remember
what it was.
either.
It's about hands or arms. I don't know.
Because I remember being asked another question
Yeah.
of the sort.
Are you just like discriminating against spiders? Like, what's the?
No, we're talking about humans. Humans with 6 eyes are okay.
Yeah.
Humans with 7, that's too fucking many.
I don't think I've ever seen a human with 6 eyes.
Kim drew the line at 6 eyes. I don't know why. I'm like, I guess it's enough. You get 2 on the front, 2 on the back, and 2 on one like above each ear. That gives you 360-degree view. But like, I don't know why it's 6. That's a very arbitrary decision.
I said an uneven amount was not as good for some reason.
Well, so 8's okay then.
It's still a bit much.
Yeah, it's too many.
You're taking up a lot of space.
You're taking up a
lot of
lot.
space.
What
What
if
if
you
I
keep
like
like?
used my hands or something?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what if you go full labyrinth and you keep the last 2 on your hands?
Then you keep like getting stuff stabbed into your eyes on your hand. That would be really painful.
Well, no, but like everyone that has eyes on their hand has like psychic powers, right? That's like a given. So
Hang on.
No, we're not talking about psychic
does Nick have eyes
powers.
on his hands?
Hmm?
I zoned out. Does Nick have eyes on his hands?
That would explain a lot.
But I'm just saying, like, if you squeeze a lemon, then like it's just gonna end up having a drop in your eye, and it's gonna be so much pain.
You have to wear. If you had eyes on your hands, you would just have to wear like airtight gloves all the time, and your eyes would get so fucking dry.
Yeah, and then what's the purpose of the eyes on your hand?
Eyes are really delicate.
you have special gloves that have like a little bit of clear material
Guys.
in the middle, so you just like hold it up and then
They're like nurse gloves.
Eyes are really
You just
delicate.
have like the sweat and condensation like piling up there, and then you just see all blurry because there's water there. And so
That'd be awful. You'd have to get like skies out the wazoo.
Oh,
it's like
icky
worse
pooey.
glasses.
Icky
Also,
pooey.
here's the thing. Eyes are also really like delicate. That's why they're like in your skull. If they were on your hands, which like, you know, move and whatnot, they'd be fucking crushed and destroyed.
They're not that
And then
delicate.
you'd
I like to
have-
poke my
They're pretty
eyeballs
delicate,
sometimes.
And then you'd have
What the
squished eyes on your hands. That would be awful.
Ugh.
Exactly.
They would not see very well.
And then how do you squish bugs? Like half of your hand is
With your feet.
Get a sword.
Just
Or you
throw
can
your
use your
sword.
Use your tongue.
like this guy right here, from Pan's Labyrinth. There we go.
Oh, the pale man?
Yeah, the pale man, dude. This guy fucking freaked me. I liked that movie, and I always turned it off when this guy showed up because I was like, no, I'm done.
The funny man.
Yeah,
I
but
think he's kind of
it's
cute.
So inconvenient. I don't say.
Yeah, like, if he already had 6 eyes, he wouldn't need them on his hands.
Yeah, he should simply just grow more, I think.
And remove those ones.
Yeah.
Also, it looks like he's having some real hard time on the end of his hands. They're probably,
He looks like he needs some moisturizer in general.
he looks like he needs an amputation for the
Which
end.
he
of it.
cannot
Probably.
apply because he has eyes on his hands.
No, I think he just needs a death sentence. I think that'd probably be best for him.
Just remove the fingers. His hands are for his eyes anyways. He doesn't need to
remove the head from the body.
Also, maybe he could probably use a go to the dentist.
I mean, I feel like it's too
What are you
late.
talking about, man? He's smiling. He's happy.
I feel like it's too late. He needs
It?
dentures.
I'm not sure.
I mean, you still need a dentist to knock all those old teeth out.
Hmm.
Also, what is that
Ideally.
dongle
Very
hanging from his
nice rock.
chin?
One very nice rock. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I
It
don't
can
like
work.
the dongle. Anyway.
You don't like the dog.
Yeah, no, I don't like the dongle coming from the chin.
Sentence that you just. I don't like the dongle Fed 2021. Oh, that's good.
I'm gonna post an image of that out of the chat real quick.
I can delete it if you want. It's kind of actually.
No,
I'm
no,
going
no,
to
no,
delete it.
no,
I
It's,
won't.
it's okay. It's okay. We can replace it with beans.
There we
No.
go.
True.
No.
Hang
It's
on,
being
I need my folder to
No.
load. All right, I'm gonna
Yeah.
I'm gonna say we need some bros dancing.
Official Atlium lore: Kim is scared of beans.
There's some bros dancing for everyone to enjoy.
I don't like beans. I don't like the way they taste. I don't like the way they look.
You like bros dancing?
You would not eat them in a book. You would not eat them in a nook.
no.
Would not eat them,
I don't.
Kim,
I
you
don't, I don't
are.
mind the bros dancing.
You
They
would
have
not
little
drink
dance
them in a
moves.
bar. You would not smell them if
I
you
don't
could
like
help
those ones
it.
as much. He's not dancing. He's just walking.
He has human hands and feet.
Careful, he's on his way.
But only an indeterminate amount of eyes. Now that I look.
I don't think there's eyes. It's just meat.
It's just meat.
Yeah.
Speaking of things that Kim don't like that. Last one I'll post.
I don't mind that as much as beans.
Okay. I just like the toe curling on it.
I don't know what
so
this is, but I have
the
it.
twitch kind of on like the ankle. Also, the ankle being like that is with tall heel. It looks like her foot is being like
It looks
you know.
very uncomfortable.
Well, the foot is being held down so it may be licked.
Yeah,
Like,
I
they don't
know,
have a
but,
choice.
Like
I don't
her,
that
the
at all.
front of her foot going forwards that much, like near where the ankle is, it's just really weirdly bent.
Oh yeah,
Kinda looks
that's
like
full on
it's
like
broken.
ballerina fuck.
$1 million, but you have to wear that shoe on one of your feet for 3 years. You
Okay.
cannot take it
3
off.
years
That's
You
fine.
cannot take it
one
off.
of my feet.
I literally just won't stand up. Easy.
Well, that's the thing. Well, you get the money after the.
After?
Oh, you get it after?
Yeah.
Making your way
The licks aren't
towards
just at random intervals.
to this town of Borealis through dangerous forest, strange cave, and hostile territory. You allied yourself with a number of strange ogres lost in the caves, came up with a plan, and put it into motion. And by night, you made your assault on Borealis in an attempt to wrest the binding from its master. In the ensuing fight, in which you were very efficient and did things very well, you ended up with a broken binding. The house itself, the manor you were fighting in, was mostly destroyed, but the binding was at least no longer in the control of the Red Band. In doing so, the effects of the binding seemed to pass in some way on to Simon. Something he vaguely understood, and something incredibly dangerous. You made your way out, had a showdown with another Soul Strider as you unceremoniously dumped him over a cliff, ruining the DM's fun, and made your way back through the caves. Now with a new ally in tow. An old friend of Walker's. He didn't understand what was going on, but sure tried his best. And this continued throughout, as you guys exhaustively traveled, rested, traveled more, and by the next morning, were comfortably outside of the cave. And you were comfortably seeing the sun for the first time in like half a week. Walker, you quickly said your goodbyes to
His name was Darren Massey.
Yes, I know that. I thought there was something I skipped. I was double checking. After a crazy, insane, in your own way celebration, a race, trying to understand the concept of magic, Evian going flying at breakneck speed into a tree as he ran. Celebration. You guys said your goodbyes to Massey, Walker. You tried to convince him that you were going to be heading there, but he had no intent on waiting. So he headed off with your blessing, and you guys dealt with and some signature Shynwatch flavor pemmican. And eventually, the Red Band, a group of deserters, ran into you, and you were able to quickly threaten them, explain the score, and they backed down, dropping their weapons, and you sent them on their way with some pemmican and a dagger. Following this, the next morning, you guys went your separate ways for a little while, doing your various tasks, working on anything that needed doing, and eventually trying to figure out what the next step was for this group of wayward adventurers. So, with that, I ask unto all of you, Owen, Ron, Simon, Sophia, Evian, and Walker. It is late morning, early afternoon. You are all in and around the cave that you have called a home of some sort, a safe place at least, for some time. What are you guys doing?
Just to be clear, it's the same day as the Red Band
Same morning.
incident. Same
Yeah,
morning.
so it would be after the conversation.
Yeah, it was
we
after
had
you
this.
guys had the conversation. After that, I know Owen headed off, and then he did his...
Well, he had it off before the conversation.
yeah.
I
But
believe
he
we were
had to
still
do
waiting
his...
for Owen to return.
Yeah,
So
I think we all went our separate ways. Ishri went to go take a walk, and she said Hannah said she'd be away for probably an hour or two, if not, like, if nobody went to go get her.
Yeah, Walker is still out near the entrance.
And so
Walker's
writing.
family is just, you know, he's either whittling wood or, you know, playing fetch with Sin. Probably, but maybe a little bit of both.
Everyone else?
Sophia's sitting down, probably close to the entrance, writing a letter.
All right. Rom, what has been going on with Rom now that Alex is back?
Where was I before?
Around.
Around. I couldn't, you know, I wasn't going to take away the narrative opinional choice of Rom, so...
But was I like in the cave or just?
Presumably in the cave and
Yeah.
around, yeah. Doing your regular light activity.
It's like the middle of the day.
It is.
Morning.
Yeah, it's like late morning, early afternoon. Like, you know, it's like 11 noon-ish right now.
Maybe doing some stretches, something like that.
Some several hour stretches.
I want to cramp up. though.
Push-ups. Fucking gotta maintain the sweet bod.
All right.
Doing Evian's morning workout routine with him.
Sure.
At this point, by the way, Milo has headed off.
I'm pretty sure Milo wasn't there the entire time.
He's been there on and off. He like wasn't there for conversation, but he has been around on and off.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, like while he hasn't been actively in your conversations, like this is his temporary home as well. So he has been here on and off for most of the day, most of the morning. So with that, you guys wait around, you relax, and then eventually making your way back together to figure out what your next step is. It is just you guys right now. The day is yours. Do with as you see fit.
So maybe an hour and a half after he stormed off into the woods, Owen returns back to the mouth of the cave. Traveling, moving a little bit. In fact, much more slowly. He's kind of carefully picking his way through the underbrush, and he looks like he's contemplating, much more calm than he was when he left.
Walker will nod to him from where he is seated.
Owen will return his nod and kind of just go over to him and sort of plop himself down. I guess he'll retrieve his sword from where he threw it down and return it to its sheath.
I realized I didn't clarify the location. I imagine Walker's also near the cave entrance, so I guess Sophia's also there.
And as you guys are doing this, unfortunately, we do have to take a quick break. I forgot to get water before we started. I do apologize.
Anyway,
Let's...
my take was I don't think Walker would be the type to use that, but I do think he's a pretty decent judge of distance anyways.
Yeah. That makes sense. With that, we pick up, and I apologize again. I have water. I am happy. We can exist. My cats are happy. So, as you were all making your way back to the mouth of the cave,
No. Walker and the rest were at the mouth of the cave, except for Ishri, and Owen was sauntering up.
and you guys nodded at each other.
He's definitely not sauntering.
He's doing something. It's a gate of some
But
kind.
do you think Walker knows exactly how far he is based on the Pythagorean theorem? Or is he just judging distance?
I honestly hate you.
Walker is judging.
I'm gonna say Walker wouldn't because he's dumb as a box of rocks.
Whoa, he has 12 ints.
He doesn't know Pythagorean theorem.
Probably not.
No. Not smart enough to know that.
Anyway,
Yeah.
go ahead, Nick.
You guys somehow made it to each other, not sauntering, and then nodded. And then it was established that also everyone else was there.
Yeah, I
Everybody
would
else has been working out. Sophia's writing a letter also near the entrance, so everybody's there.
Evian's the group CrossFit instructor.
And I
Oh,
think
God.
the last thing I
Simon's
got
been
was
dragged into it.
Nick saying Owen sits down near to Walker or just nearby?
Well, I had a thing and now it's fucking gone, so I don't know
I'm
what to tell
sorry.
you. man.
Owen could sit down and start explaining the Pythagorean theorem.
stop.
Owen retrieves his sword
fucking
and then
menace.
fucks off to go fucking clean it. Are you happy? There, I participated.
He fucks off to kill William Stevenson.
Please do.
Well, since we were waiting on Owen's decision, I guess Walker's gonna keep waiting.
Let's bring it back in, guys. Come on. This is my fault. I didn't have water. I wasn't ready to go, but I am now. The day is yours. It is up to you guys. Figure out what you're doing. Or everyone can just be silent and we can sit in front of the cave forever.
We were waiting.
We've
for
already
Owen's
said what we were
decision.
doing. Yeah, this is.
All right.
This is Nick's thing.
Yeah.
I said what Owen's doing. He comes back, picks up his sword, and starts cleaning it. What do you want from me, dude?
Give us his decision. Walker's gonna wait for that to happen.
All right.
Yeah, so
Alright,
we're all
well,
gonna wait
so
a couple
how
hours.
long is
Because
everyone
he's
waiting?
cleaning his fucking sword.
Oh.
He's much more calm. He's very collected. His movements are deliberate. That's what he's doing.
You think it would be easier or hard? It would have to be really easy to clean a magic sword, right?
I imagine a magic sword don't really get dirty. Like,
Well,
it's a magic
like they
item.
can't get unsharpened. So, God, that's gotta be real easy then.
I have to imagine they're non-stick.
One wipe and the blood's all off.
It's magic. Magic items are typically like they don't get dirty, right? That's like a typical magic item trait.
I mean, they don't fall into disrepair.
No, but like, isn't it the goof that like magic items also don't like collect dust and things like that?
I think that's kind of contextual, maybe.
It is or it isn't. Either way.
So, for however long you guys rest, enjoy each other's company, this lull in the action, as you try and just decompress from the clusterfuck of the last few days, going through the cave, going into Borealis, etc. Considering whether or not you did the right thing on any of this. Considering
Okay.
whether or not you've properly succeeded. Considering anything else. The day is all yours for whatever you wish to do.
After probably, like a good half hour or whatever. I guess it's already been a while since Owen just walked by. Sophia's gonna turn over to Walker. Walker, do you think we should be getting any more information on whatever vampires are to try and see if we can, actually kill it?
Normally I'd say yes, but we don't exactly have many ways of finding out at the moment.
I mean, Ishri has seemed to be vaguely familiar with it, right?
Ishri is also not the type of person to be, she's not the most well-read person I've ever met. Even
Yeah.
if she may have known something, I doubt she's going to remember anything further.
But
if the man we intend to meet within the next few days doesn't have any idea or have any idea of finding out for us, well, we will most likely be on our own.
I mean, if we don't know about the concept of vampires or whatever, maybe it'd be easier to get some more broad information, like information on the plane where it's from, and know what creatures from that plane usually are weak to.
When Sophia mentions learning about that plane, Walker kind of stares off into the distance, remembering the group's time in the Shadowfell, and is silent for several moments. I don't know if anything from there has a specific weakness.
Okay.
Everything from there was a horrific monster.
But Ishri fought them, right?
We all did.
But I mean, for longer than you guys did?
Suppose so.
Okay. Well, I'll still see if I can get my father to learn anything about the Shadow Plane. That might be more interest, I suppose.
Walker nods. Not really have anything else to say on the subject.
Yeah.
Regarding what you have observed from Ishri and things she's said, things of the plane of shadow, like, at least in regards to her, like, it's no stranger how much she hates the goddamn sun. So the idea that other things that live there having a negative or adverse effect to it would definitely make some amount of sense. Or at least would hate it. Other than that, it's...
Then would Sophia know the concept that a lot of undead creatures tend to be not very good against, like, divine power?
Yeah, the concept of, like, the unholy against, like, radiant and it being effective against them is definitely a thing. As for the granularity of it, you can go ahead and give me an Arcana check. Actually, yeah, I'd say you're asking for the mechanics behind it. The in-lore mechanics, so yeah, Arcana. Yeah, like, the concept of things that are unholy being affected by radiant energy, you know, positive versus negative, essentially. Makes sense.
So Ishri has a deity, right, that protects her with, and the place she lives with divine power. So that must mean whatever the creatures are there must at least have some kind of weakness to divine powers. The same way that a lot of non-living undead creatures who are brought back, I suppose, in a way, they are usually weaker against divine powers.
Are vampires undead?
I mean, I don't know what vampires are. I'm just wondering if the vampires are from that plane, if they are similar.
Not everything there was dead. There were monsters that were still alive.
But were they like Ishri in the sense that they don't like the sunlight and being, I don't know, I suppose,
There was
out
none. So it's hard to say what they did or didn't like about it.
I mean, if that would be the case, it probably would be weaker during the day than during the night. I don't know if being indoors, though, would change anything about that. I assume so, because Ishri seems more comfortable under the in the cave, whether day or night.
The daytime has its own risks for us, especially if we're trying to sneak in undetected.
I agree, but if it gets her chances higher to not die fighting the thing, it's, you know, maybe worth the risk.
Well, at that point, you have to decide whether it's worth that risk if we have to fight the entirety of the red band that lives in the town.
Yeah, of course, I'm not saying just to run in the middle of the day, just looking at options.
It's a similar situation as last time, Sophia. We need more information first and foremost. Making our way over, we'll need to do some scouting. Same as last time. Once we have the information, we can come up with a more concise plan.
I agree, but this isn't really about coming up with a plan. This is more about considering the weaknesses.
Well, if you know any planar experts, that'd be the place to start.
How controlled is information about, like, monsters and planes and stuff, Lenore?
planar stuff is very much arcane, and as such is very much a thing that you read about in libraries where, you know, because magic is overtly illegal without writs, generally you need a very good reason to be reading a book about it, and if you don't have one, you will be very, very suspect in the eyes of the law, at least.
Okay.
Like,
well,
even the idea of, like, yeah, like, like, even, like, being like, oh, hey, do you have any books on extra planar fun stuff? Like, people would already be giving you the side eye, like, what are you fucking, and while the librarian's hitting the silent alarm thinking you're a mage. So, regarding monsters, that's more open because there are dangers that people need to deal with. You know, even in a country as small and controlled as Lenore, there is a level of there's still a level of wilderness, and there are, like, the concept that, there are types of trolls that are affected differently by different things is not foreign and is probably not common knowledge, but fairly common knowledge. Like, not every asshole in the world is going to know, yeah, trolls hate fire, but someone who reads about it would be able to, in a book, find out that trolls are susceptible to fire or burning, and there are...
Acid?
A type of burning, yes. And even beyond that, things like finding out, you know, like the idea that a book on trolls would not be something that would be controlled. That sort of thing. Like, finding out there are some subsets that cannot go into sunlight would probably be something you could easily look up, not be controlled. Finding out there are some that have evolved to kind of be immune to this, like, someone who has noticed that, like, oh, like, these trolls aren't affected by fire, and, like, that being very strange. That's a lot less controlled information.
But vampires aren't typical monsters, right?
They are not. They are much more in the concept of legend, and something people not necessarily joke about, but, like, they're much more folklore than something that has been accepted. Like, you know, yeah, way in the past, sure, there might... Vampires aren't a thing now, though. Like, that's not a thing. So, it is something that, though there may be books on them, they're the kind of books that go 100-ass years without anyone even cleaning the dust off of them. Why do you ask, Alex? I'm sorry, I started to go into random lore there.
I mean, Ron may or may not know someone who might have access to libraries.
I like that Alex is being cagey with me there.
You call up your boyfriend for the first time in what?
I know! That's why
Hey, babe.
I'm not going to suggest it, because it's...
You're gonna get
Hey
your
babe,
boyfriend
can you
arrested.
find out this thing for me that might be illegal? Also, love you.
Also not dead
implying-
yet.
Yeah, also implying that she's in a very dangerous situation because it's a dangerous creature. You know?
Hey, I might be fighting this this strange,
Hey, I might be fighting
non-existent
extraplanar god. Any
mythic
tips?
monster. Can you find anything you can for me?
Ron looks distracted during the CrossFit, like she has something on her mind.
Oh.
I mean,
Evian like claps his hands and are like, pay attention.
She's having
That
this
is more
conversation in
exercise
her
for
head of trying to
focus.
figure out what she says.
Don't you dap your fingers at me.
You are not going to
Yeah.
build any muscle if there is no mind-muscle connection. Pay attention.
What the fuck is a mind muscle connection?
I think since she's sitting so close, Sophia would probably hear Walker say, Evian's really taking being a mage seriously.
I need to hear more about the mind muscle connection.
That's the name of his CrossFit dojo.
I thought that was the name of his multi-level marketing scheme.
What about what vampire? What about the werewolves? Should we be cautious about those?
I would say yes, no matter what the situation was. But we already have a knowledge of what their weakness is.
Silver, right?
Silver.
And is there a way to reason with them, since they're still people ultimately, right?
Depends on how hungry they are, I guess. And how reasonable the person was to begin with. Given that they're in the red band, well, I think you already know where I'm going with that.
And you said they can make other people into the same thing, right?
Like a disease.
Walker, give me an insight check.
Oh no. I'm worried
Blind,
now.
of course, blind.
Okay. How do I do blind? Oh yeah, I had to do this.
Drop
Close
down.
your eyes.
Close your eyes for the rest of the session.
I was listening to some of the older sessions, and whenever you would ask me to do disadvantage or advantage, I'd always go, do I press Control or Alt?
Oh
But
yeah,
now it's
back when I
different.
used that system. Oh god.
It's
That's
weird.
why I stopped doing it, because it's fucking me. You always had to ask
Sick and
that.
tired of answering William's
I do like this one better.
questions.
Yeah, this is the default way. The other one's faster, but less
Not if you aren't.
straightforward.
Yeah.
But not if you
Anyway.
aren't. Not if you're not if you're a fucking
Not
idiot
if you're a
like me.
fucking idiot.
Walker, based on everything you know of werewolves, which is probably more than you ever thought you would, and observing, you observed one going through the transformation up close.
Yeah, I did.
You have observed them when they're starving. Like, you'd be able to, like, probably suss out, like, pretty well. Like, if people are starving, like, essentially, like, the red band that you were dealing with earlier, the ones who, if they were either very good actors or, like, to lie about starving, or they were not werewolves, because if they were starving that much, they probably wouldn't have been able to control it. So they were either incredibly, like, those people who came by.
Wait, so they
could have been, but you're fairly certain they wouldn't have been, because
Wait,
But they were
let
hungry,
me
but not starving.
clarification. Point of clarification. Are you referring to the people we met just earlier that morning that they might have been vampires?
no, werewolves.
Okay, that's what I meant to say.
Yeah.
They might have been werewolves?
I'm saying that the capacity was there, but, like, based on everything you know, like, you're at a point now where identifying them, especially people who are starving, would probably be pretty simple, because you've
So
seen...
they didn't seem like vampires.
Yes.
Fuck, werewolves.
Werewolves.
I mean, they definitely didn't seem like vampires either.
Good to know, good to know.
But,
So, if it can spread like a disease, and we're going to Mordas Miter, like, for all we know, they just might have a werewolf issue there.
I suppose I should clarify. When I say a disease, I don't mean like coughing on each other. From what I recall, it was only those who were bitten who had the chance to be infected.
Okay, but they could still have an issue with werewolves. No? I mean, if they're starving and they want people...
Feasibly, anywhere could have a werewolf issue at this point, given the fact that there were some loose in Lenore as well. But based on how they're handling them, it's most likely that the ones we encountered were a fluke on the Red Band's part, those who decided to desert rather than stay with them. If they are within a town, then they would have access to other foods.
I suppose.
And I imagine that if you are a werewolf, you wouldn't want people knowing that. So even if there was an issue, I doubt it would be apparent.
So, sounds reasonable. Well,
Where are you
With all
going with
the-
this?
I was just wondering how to... If I do end up sending sendings, I want to know what I'm asking about and who to try to ask.
At this point, the most important thing to find out about is that vampire.
Yeah, that's...
biggest unknown.
All
Everything
right,
else
put together.
we can figure out ourselves through basic observation. I have some hopes that the men we'll be meeting in a few days will be able to offer us some insight. Though at this point, it's hard to say for certain.
We should probably ask Owen what the plan is for the day, since, whether or not we're leaving today or tomorrow or what.
He'll tell us whenever he's figured it out. He asked for time. I aim to give him it.
Sophia just nods. And stands up, stretches a bit, and then just, starts reading a book afterwards, making sure not to be pulled into the CrossFit activities.
It's like a black hole. Run all you like. There's no escape. Next, he's gonna start running hot yoga.
I was hoping I might accept that a bit more.
Evian doesn't know yoga. Unfortunately.
I'm sorry, I meant hot boxing. Wait, what?
He doesn't know that either.
Sophia might know yoga. I feel like that's the only type of exercise she might have done at some point,
I would imagine with his stats, Evian is not a flexible man.
Also, the idea of sitting down being a workout, just quietly sitting, that does not strike me as an Evian there.
Yeah.
He's more of a marathon man.
Triathlon.
There you go. Running, kicking, and
Punch.
tackling.
So, anyway, you guys spend a little while continuing to wait for Owen's decision. Is there anything else you're doing while you wait?
Nothing but idling.
So, Owen, once your sword is well kept and in perfect order once more, a surprisingly simple task for an arcane blade, what do you do?
Not to be contrary, Ben, but he does. I'm sure he's noticed by now that it's like this.
Yeah, it doesn't. It never dulls. It never chips. Whetstone need never touch the blade.
Is it the case that there was a few chips here and there when it became magical, so they're kind of permanently part of the blade's shape?
I think that would depend on how well Owen kept the blade in.
Well, I was gonna say he, as he was trained to do so, he keeps his equipment very well maintenanced.
Yeah.
Is that a word?
Maintained.
Maintained. Thank you, Mitchell. So like, even though he knows that he doesn't need to, oil the blade or, use a whetstone on it or anything. He does it anyway, just out of habit. And he, like I said, he's kind of moving with deliberate calm when he gets back to the area around the cave, and he takes his time about, getting his sword back to how he feels it should be. And then he'll kind of stand up and I don't know, are the calisthenics going on outside the cave or inside the cave?
That's the idea.
I don't
Outside.
think Rom is quite advanced enough to do calisthenics yet, so we're just doing normal CrossFit.
Whoa!
Pretty sure everybody does that.
Whoa! Shots fired. Eat shit. Allegory.
Well, anyway, Owen will kind of motion for the gang to gather around.
Does he wave? Like what's this motion?
Yeah, he sort of clears his throat and he says, "I've made my choice."
Walker will sigh, grab his bag,
and begin to put his things away before approaching the young lord.
Yeah, closes her book and stands up, looking towards Owen.
Where's Simon at?
He's doing
Simon-
CrossFit, right, Simon?
Yes, Simon's doing CrossFit in the corner.
Woo!
Secretly.
Oh,
He's
shit.
not listening at all.
He's just like off in the
No.
corner doing his
He's just like tiredly running in place, sweating like a dog.
Just panting. You can hear like the heavy breathing.
As you wave us all over, he'll prestidigitize himself and walk over.
Simon is a surprisingly healthy boy. Like, Simon's a surprisingly healthy boy. He's probably handling workouts pretty well.
Ah.
good.
Simon does his cardio.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say that.
Got that good con. So anyway. Eventually cleaning himself up, Simon makes his way over. Everyone getting together. Ishri as well is here and just weirdly quieter than usual. Or some strange
Maybe
Meta
he's still thinking
reason.
about the conversation from earlier.
maybe.
Yeah. She was pretty shaken.
Shaky shaken.
Everyone awaits Owen's decision on where next the march goes.
And everyone looks at Owen.
I'm sorry about before. I was hard letting them go.
It is what it is. The outcome is all that mattered.
Aye. Well, took some time to think. I did something that was probably foolish, but had to be done.
And what was that?
I've not done a good job of explaining it, but I can ask questions. I can ask questions of Karat. Aye.
Yeah, I
I recall.
Yeah?
It doesn't. Sometimes, if I ask too many questions, sometimes I will not get the answer I wish. I can't explain it more than that, but
think you vaguely explained this last time.
An unreliable spell, magic.
But still,
I don't think it's the magic. I think that such directness, it goes against Karat's nature, but that's just a theory anyway. I needed to know. So I asked if there was still time to save Wynn. And I spoke to her again. And she said there was time. She said she believed in us, in all of us. And when the magic faded, I found myself thinking back to that night in Dreswood, Walker. And I found out about what happened to my brothers. And he kind of sort of looks into the middle distance, and you see his hands kind of ball into fists by his side. It's not going to happen again if I have anything to say about it.
And what do you have to say about it?
You were right, Walker. The people of Paralis, they don't need my help. They don't need our help. We've done as much as we can for them. the kins will see to the rest.
Walker nods. If that's the case, then we have two options at this point. We could begin making our way towards Virat, find a camp, and begin scouting. Or we can try to find a way to allow our mages to rest, recuperate, and prepare for the journey ahead. One option we'd mentioned was making a way towards Mordas Miter.
Isn't that?
I'm sure with just a little bit of magical assistance, any red band there would either flee or make themselves scarce otherwise.
Rome, isn't that where Lokar said he would meet us?
Is that something from last time, or is that something I would
Yes,
have
that was
in
from
mind?
last session.
That was
Yes.
something that Rom...
Is that correct?
Yes. The goof is that Rom told us after she messaged him, or sending him, that he would meet us there in a couple of days.
Yeah, he said he would meet us there in a couple of days.
Well, then I think that would be the wisest choice. We are spent from the fight in Borealis.
Sophia mentioned that one of our priorities should be learning more about vampires. We know that werewolves have weakness in silver. If the ultimate enemy between ourselves and success here is a vampire, then we need to know how to defeat one. I'm hoping that Lokar might be able to offer us some insight, or at least give us a place to start.
Let us hope he is more helpful on that front than he was with Borealis.
Based on recent information, I'm just hoping that he's not gotten himself into trouble. Or too much of it, at least.
Unfortunate.
I will.
Can't
Sorry.
Can't be too serious if he's able to meet us in a few days.
Well, he can teleport. So, assumedly, he can still use magic. And he still has a place to rest and recover that magic.
What are
Well.
you saying, Sophia?
Oh, simply that I'll try to contact my father again in a day or two to ask, since I did ask him a few days ago well, I suppose at the beginning of the trip to here, I asked him about the vampires and if he had any way of getting knowledge about them.
Is your father a mage?
Not no, he isn't, but he has a large access to libraries and information. He basically organizes and keeps most of the knowledge and debriefs most of the agents that are leaving for different missions. By consequence, he knows a lot about a lot of things.
Right. Well, unless anyone else has anything to point out, I think we should be on the road. Has anyone seen O'Halloran? Was that his name?
Yeah.
Milo?
Walker uses last names.
I don't think so. I mean, we were pretty distracted, but sure we would have noticed.
Well, if you have it in your ROM, let him know that we're heading out. Otherwise, we can just... Walker just shrugs and then begins to start walking away. As a demonstration and also to get on the road.
Do I?
Oh, shit.
I mean, it's probably been like the.
Yeah,
I don't know if
you
working
could've-
out would count as a short rest, but it's been a few hours of us just chilling here. Yeah, but I know that you've been working out, but we've still been like at the base chilling for a few hours. I don't know if
I would say
you've
that
been working out the entire time.
given the context, I would say that while this is not the kind of short rest where you would be able to patch yourselves up for all of your HP if you needed to spend hit dice, I would say that you could count this as a short rest for the sake of anything else that needs.
Yeah, it seems like a light activity given that there's no mechanical benefit to exercising.
Yeah.
All right, then I'll
Yes.
shoot him a quick sending.
With a gun.
We're on. Don't do that. We're on our way out, heading to Boral. Thanks for everything.
Heading to Mordas Miter.
That's what I fucking meant. I said the other thing. My brain crosswired.
Anyway.
After a moment, you hear, and like a couple of little coos, like a like some sort of bird.
Fucking bird.
Or he sorry about that. That's. Hope you're doing well. Hope everything's good. Take the rest of the sandwiches. Save with. Enjoy them before they go bad. Good luck.
He said we should take the rest of the sandwiches, and good luck.
Well then. Suppose we should be about it.
Oh, and why don't you take lead? I'm gonna see about getting us some more food on the way.
Very well.
Alright, so you guys are officially off. Can I get a marching order?
I'm gonna put Walker and Sin to the side of the party. They are going to do hunting while keeping up with the party.
They are disappearing into the woods while the woods exist. And just staying, you know, so that they know where the party is, but not so that the party is going to be spooking them as they and eat food, that it.
I mean, the
Walker's also
probably...
confident that if he has to go a little ways away, that he'll be able to find them again, given both him and Sin, you know?
Yeah.
We're not also actively trying to be stealthy, so he'll probably be able to hear us.
Yeah, that's probably why he has to go so far away.
In the woods.
Yeah. Oh.
I was going to say something. I can't. Oh yeah, it's for later. Yeah, so that's what Walker and Sin are doing.
Sophia's probably like closest to Rom and doing the classic where they just chat about a bit of nothing, distract themselves from, you know, the reality of what's going on.
Delicious sandwiches.
Evian will keep
Since
an eye
it's
out.
on her mind, Rom will tell Sophia about Verona.
Who grabbed the sandwiches?
If no one does, Simon will.
I was gonna say we just fucking leave them there.
I'm sure we
Simon,
picked up the stuff before all of her last minute things.
Simon will grab the sandwiches then. He'll be the sandwich holder.
Simon's the big sandwich.
Is
guy.
he just snacking or?
No, he'll save the sandwich because these are like you eat them and you're full sandwiches.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would Simon note that they only last for 24 hours?
I mean, he mentioned.
Yeah, he's mentioned it a couple
Oh,
times
okay,
at this
okay.
point.
We
That they are not
still
going to
a
last.
few hours left, right?
I mean, he
these
conjured
were
them this
made
morning.
This morning?
Yeah, so they're
So-
good till next morning.
Yeah, as long as you guys eat them by the time you go to sleep tonight.
We
Yeah.
could get 2 days out of this.
Yeah.
Simon 100% will do that.
But yeah, if Rom is talking about Verona, Sophia will totally just ask her questions about how it is, and just we'll continue the conversation. We'll maybe recount a story or two from her own home, if ever it comes to be relevant, and that'd be it.
Sounds great.
So yeah, probably that order then.
So,
Okay,
can I get
middle-ish seems about
perception
right.
checks from the front and back?
Evian's been sucking on the perceptions lately.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Not great.
Nick, how are you gonna feel if that's the biggest roll you do all session?
Why would you put
Apathetic.
that into the ether, William?
Because it's been in the ether since session 1.
God. Talk about putting the bad juju out.
I don't think you can say that.
I was gonna make that joke.
So, you're travels begin, are you heading eventually like south towards the road, or are you still avoiding the road for the time being?
I think, given that this is Kintaran proper, Owen doesn't really care about the road, so he'll go like, you know, in a straight line.
Okay.
Right.
Towards Mordas Miter.
I was
Like,
gonna
unless
say we could do
if the
like.
guy is tough, then obviously he's not gonna fucking bushwhack, right? But like,
Yeah.
I was
No,
gonna say, like,
once
something
you're
like
out of the
this.
forest, like, it's fairly easy, like, rolling hills-ish and plains. It is not... The lands of Kintaran are not incredibly, like, perilous by any means.
and I think he also, like, you know, he doesn't really, he doesn't ever seem to, I mean, Ven, you can correct me if I'm overstepping here, but like, he doesn't seem like he needs to stop and check that he's going in the right direction. Like, he just seems to know where he's going.
Yeah, like, you have a very good handle on the bearing between cities in the land that you grew up. So, as long as you have the sun, it's very easy without having to stop to know you're going in the right direction. It's just a matter of making it there. So. You guys begin your travels. Walker, a survival check, please. I assume, Walker, your plan is to... I would say, yeah, give me a survival check for Sin as well. And will help.
Ooh, separate survival check.
She is going hunting as well.
God
Double
damn it,
the...
I'm so
Cast a
stupid.
wider net.
Well, I mean, she's a bloodhound. Her job is to find the game.
Yes.
While Walker
Yeah,
hunts it.
cast a wider net.
God, there's a lot of checks here. A lot of checks added to this page. Oh, good, she's got a +1. Average.
I would say she gets
Wouldn't
advantage
she-
on that. She's a
Yeah, I was
bloodhound.
gonna-
Yeah.
I was gonna ask.
Okay.
Like, she would smell out the...
Yeah, she's mostly smelling, and literally this is what she was bred to do, is find.
Well,
Well, this is what her species was bred to... Well,
Well,
Bread and
yeah,
butter
that's
to
what
do.
it is.
you know what? Sometimes advantage doesn't pay off.
Well, it doesn't change anything, so...
You know, so with that, you guys head off. Walker, I assume the plan is to meet up by like sundown.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the
We can
majority of
probably
the
check in with them before then, maybe at sunset, I'd say.
okay, just to see what the plan is as far as. I assume you
Yeah,
guys are
also-
traveling the whole day.
yeah, but at like, you know, not at like a hurried pace
Yeah.
or anything.
Yeah. Also, I feel like Walker would be able to get, you know, a fair amount of food by sunset.
Oh yeah. So as you begin your travels further into the lands of Kintaran, about half an hour into your travels, Owen, you get a sending from Kate Shagath.
Hey, can you spell her last name for me?
I need to double check that myself. Give me a second.
Did you just have her name memorized?
I have most
Hey.
names memorized.
I
want to say it's
because it sounds like a fucking eldritch entity. Shoggoth.
yeah. I can't.
Isn't there a thing in Hearthstone, Shoggoth or something?
Yeah,
or I guess that'd be
Shoggoth-
WoW.
Shoggoth is a Lovecraft thing. It's from In the Mountains of Madness.
It's also in Warhammer.
Are you
I
also
want
in
to
the
say
mountain
it's like
notes?
S.
I mean, I wish I was in Antarctica.
Why do you wish that? Their
There's
hospitals are.
penguins
No, I'm
there.
thinking of Alaska.
I'll need to double check that because I do
It's
not.
not
remember.
important.
Yeah.
I'll keep her listed.
Let me give it a shot here.
I'm just gonna list her as Kate Shoggoth.
I want to say it's something like that. I don't want to go and look back in Discord because we have so many messages. Double check the writing, which I don't have. I don't have her name listed in the wiki for some reason.
The only mention of Kate, C-A-I-T, is when Logan said Kate killed me, and then I responded, Kate killed you.
Anyway, so I know that's not right for her last name, but I digress. We're not going to get caught up on it any more than we already have. So, you guys, about half an hour in, and you get a sending from the good arcanist Kate of Ashdween, and she... Your father was wondering, can, you know anything about the status of Fort Getz or Darrow? He wishes to cut off the Red Band's escape.
Anything about the status of
Darrow or Fort Getz?
Do I know anything about?
You've heard nothing really about Fort Getz.
We know there's some dickheads heading towards Darrow.
But I know that somebody told us. Was it the Soul Strider that told us, or the scouts that told us that the Red Band had mostly moved into Boralis and Darrow from like Barat?
That was the last information you had. Yeah, was that like Darrow was their secondary, like, you know, place that some of them had stayed to control.
I thought the goofs that they were all primarily at Virat and Boralis.
I mean, Boralis is where most of them are, yeah.
No,
the people in Virat are not really Red Band anymore.
Yeah, they left Virat because they didn't want to deal... Presumably, they didn't want to deal with the spooky vampire. So he will respond back to Kate. I'm not really sure. Only that Darrow was where the second most Reds were supposed to be. Haven't been there myself. Not sure about Fort Getz.
A moment later, you get another sending from her. Thank you for all of your information. Any estimates on number in Darrow? Even something... Kind of pauses for a moment because I can't use the phrase ballpark. Just general, like 100,000, less, more. Thank you.
Would that be something that Fiona Scouts would have known, and thus communicated to Owen?
I feel like they wouldn't have sending you if that was
yeah. It seems like they're hoping like you might have gotten more information than what they already had. So,
man, if only we had Massey still here.
Regarding that, based on how it sounds, there's probably not too many in Darrow. Like, you have to imagine they did not leave more than 10% of their forces. So, it's got to be on the small side.
Then he'll respond back. I don't know, but I would guess just enough to control the town and its people. We did hear that they were trying to get out of Darrow, taking boats back to Lenore. And that's all he's got.
And there is no further sending, but you would assume that that is a good thing and that they are happy with the information and the inevitable taking of Darrow is underway. The invasion into your home country essentially has begun.
Counterattack. It's not an invasion, it's a counterattack.
So take back.
Yeah. Oh. So, that the travels continue. Walker shows up 2 more times throughout the day before you guys settle down, with the first time a few hares and other various small game, the second time
imagine like they're on like a rope or something, and
yeah,
he's like attaches it to Evian's bag and says, I'll deal with those later, mind carrying them for a bit.
Multiple.
And then he fucking leaves.
And then by sunset, Walker, you're probably a little later than sunset after you and Sin find yourselves hot on the trail of what seems to be a very large deer.
$150.
Yeah. It looks got a messed up leg, and it's very much as much a mercy, like, this thing's gonna get killed by a bear the next time it sees it anyway, might as well take it myself. And with incredible ease, bring down this fairly large, fairly hefty buck.
I imagine the heavy crossbow is exceptional for hunting.
Oh my god, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that is fucking ridiculous. Hitting it fucking 100 yards.
I don't think it's 100 yards. Oh, it's 400 feet, isn't
Yeah.
it? Shit.
You can shoot across
Oh,
a
God.
football field with accuracy.
130 yards.
And then you have to, of course, after that, make a surprisingly long trek back to the party, tracking that
Deer
thing
and
into
stuff.
the edges of the forest for at least an hour beyond what you would have preferred, but damn, that's some good food to not want to lose. And
I imagine like he used some rope to make it easier. And as he like gets into the camp where everyone else is already set up, like Sin's also kind of pulling one of the ropes. Not super helping, but certainly trying. Ugh.
oh, and I would like you to give me a... you said the goal was a direct line as best you could?
Yeah, but I mean, obviously,
Yeah.
he's not, like I said, he's not bushwhacking or...
Yeah.
Bushwaka?
Roll me a D8.
Oh god.
Single D8.
Yeah, I just want to see what direction you end up in through this.
Why is it random? I know where I'm going.
I mean, it's not a negative, it's just for the sake of narrative. If you're ending up, if the wind takes you south of the road first, or if you stay north and cut across after, free, be banking. So, avoiding bushwhacking and just kind of making a quick trip, you make your way across, oh, I can kind of. Wish it was a smaller interval. Make your way, probably staying north of the road for a while before finally crossing beyond the crossroads south to Mordas Miter and setting up for the evening, probably a couple miles out of the town.
When he crosses the road, he will stop to look for signs of recent passage.
Give me a survival check. Or investigation. Investigation.
I'm so good at these. That's pretty good.
Damn!
I
Big!
mean, technically William's prediction is still accurate.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, he rolled a 17 on that. On his one thing, he rolled like a 13 or something.
It was a 19 total.
Totals aren't what you roll.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Anyway.
Pausing for a couple of minutes, there is nothing major. Like, there have not been any caravans that have come through in the last day or so, nothing like that. Like, this is a well-traveled road. Like, for people heading from Barat to Nashtween, this is the road they take. So it is very well-traveled and would not show considerable evidence of, like, a single person on horseback. But if there was anything big moving through, you would probably feel like you're noticing it, and there's no evidence of that, so...
Well, that's good.
It seems there are no large parties moving either towards or from Varad. As you do also cross the road, there is the sun setting behind you. There's this moment of just, like, all of you crossing the road. Walker just meeting up, still dragging this fucking massive, large buck that he has hunted, carrying, dragging in the proverbial, it's a large thing that he cannot easily handle. with him as you guys are crossing, and
You
looking
would help him with that once he
looking to the west, you've got the sun well and truly at your back, right? Like setting on the road, and to the east, this impending darkness. What you expect are looking up to start to see the purples and blacks of stars. It's darkness. Clouds scattering the sky. There's moment of what is behind and what is to come that occurs to you guys as you look beyond. Continue, eventually setting up camp in a wide opening of a patch of what seems to be, at one point, was probably a pond that has now dried up and is nothing but a lack of real tall grass, much unlike the incredible amounts of grass around it. Oh, and you would know that as you get closer to water, especially around here, sawgrass is going to become a huge bitch of thing to travel through.
Not the sawgrass.
Have you never heard of sawgrass before?
Oh,
You've
I have.
talked about
Okay,
it
it's a
before.
bitch.
Oh, yeah.
I think there was some in the fields outside of Aria.
I believe I did describe that, yeah. It's not as prevalent here, but once you get near water, like, oh boy, like, even here you're like, we're good, but...
We slept in worse already.
Yeah, you've slept in worse, but it's definitely it's uncomfortable to travel through it. It's itchy and just ugh.
Could I grab a bit of roughage as well?
Well, also, if there's going to be sawgrass, we're taking the road. Like, sorry if I didn't make that clear.
We're not sleeping on the road though. We're already setting up camp.
So,
Yeah, but like, I just in future, like, we're not just gonna fucking walk through a bunch of shitty grass that is uncomfortable to travel through.
okay.
I think it would be very fitting for Owen to just put on his kilt and walk into the fucking town like he owns the place.
Okay. So, with that in mind, your plan for
Could
if
I have gotten
the-
some roughage?
could you have gotten what?
Roughage, berries,
Yeah.
herbs, etc. That's part of my survival.
Yeah.
Okay, well, walk has a bag of that.
Making more
what's
pemmican.
local?
Sorry.
What's local?
Local around here would be. I have a vague.
Is it blackberries? I feel like it should be blackberries.
Blackberries are one of them that I've listed.
Any herbs?
Surprisingly, one of the things would be wild cherries, which
Oh shit!
are
We're
not
getting some
really,
cherry and venison. Fucking
not
pemmican.
really a thing out in Lenore. Like, very rarely, but I mean, during your travels here, like, they've been pretty common when you
Dude,
have
you
been
already know we got that good Kintaran wild cherry pie. You already know.
So as Walker gets into the camp and Evian takes the buck from him, Walker's gonna walk over to Owen and hand him a small filled satchel. Any of that poisonous?
Owen looks through his findings.
Blackberry, cherries, and any herbs, then? Any obvious wild herbs?
Is there
Sage, tarragon,
is there Owen's favorite tea leaf in here?
some oregano.
Not especially. Owen's favorite tea leaves are not native to the fairly miserable heat of northern Garland.
I don't think mint is his favorite. I think his favorite would be something from Kintaran. but-
Too late. He's the mint guy now. It's way too late to establish that, Nick.
The mint was more out of necessity and convenience. Than
It
anything
was
else.
what he had.
What
So
he
then,
still has
wa-
a
was there-
copious amount of.
Was there any actual like herbs or anything? Or
The most
just
common
berries?
one. Give me a nature check.
Walker would have gotten something that he knew was an herb, but he is now checking with Owen to make sure it's not disastrous. Fuck yeah!
Oh my god, you guys are rolling good on this random shit.
Yeah, high five.
So the main thing that you identify that seems very herb-like, and you're like, this is known as foxglove, which also has small berries on it. They are
So some foxglove too.
yeah. So they are very bright, like almost like a pinkish purple. Sometimes in hues of blue, sometimes a little more pink. They stick out a lot, but obviously they don't grow incredibly well in forest, so it's something that, like, only once you started this hunt and, you know, you go near a pond and get some there and things like that. It's used for a lot of tiny bits and things. Like, it's just a... Owen, there's nothing poisonous here. As far as you know, Owen, there's nothing that's overtly dangerous that commonly grows within Kintarn's lands. Like, yeah, there's probably some, like, strains of blackberry that are, like, really hard and don't really... Like, people are like, why would I want that? Like, the effort to cook it is kind of awful. But
Sure.
there's nothing that's overtly dangerous. Like, the worst would be something that would make you, like, sick to your stomach, but it seems Walker has not pulled up any of that yet, so everything here
according to
seems
Wikipedia,
legit.
It says foxglove is good for treating cardiac issues and epilepsy.
Oh, there you go.
Wonderful.
For all those
but that's
medieval
not necessarily about being
epileptics.
used to flavor things. So
Ah.
maybe Owen can appropriate that for his own medical tag.
Next time I run into an epileptic, oh, here.
The
drink
next time
this.
fucking Amari forces someone to be epileptic with this fucking thing. Oh.
I have just the herb for this.
I imagine Owen would know what that is, right? He's from here.
Yeah, they have... It is a strong collection of various things.
Owen will just smile and pop blackberry into his mouth and shake his head.
I don't know how to describe that because I've never eaten blackberries. I imagine
Tarts.
that they
You've
are
never had a
pretty
blackberry?
strong.
Oh.
Wrong with you?
Like,
Really?
not, I have had blackberry
Blackberry?
flavored things. I've
Tart
never
and
had a
semi-sweet.
straight blackberry in my life.
I
Tart,
think we should kill
semi-sweet.
them.
What, William?
Tart, semi-sweet.
Yeah, I was imagining very, like, very strong at the least. And yeah, tart or like a bit bitter was the way I would describe it on a guess.
Either way, Walker's gonna take the bag back. I'm assuming a fire's been set up, and he's gonna put all the shit out to dry, and he's gonna start butchering. And after he gets started with that, he's gonna call, you know, Owen, you oughta compensate O'Halloran after all this is done.
Is that so?
Yeah, he says after another, like, you know, big old chop into the funny deer. He did help us quite a bit.
Aye, but you heard them. You had no love for the Reds.
So that's good
Doesn't seem
enough.
Like, I mean, he doesn't even seem like the kind who would wish for a reward, or the kind to stick around.
Well, can't hurt to offer, can it?
Once it's all said and done, I think our money would be better spent elsewhere.
Not being a Prince, Walker's just gonna shrug and keep butchering.
So, with that, the night has grown long, and you guys set up your fire, and the sounds of Walker butchering a few small animals and a decently damn large buck echo into the night.
So who wants to remember how pemmican is made?
Oh, you guys have all this nice meat and Walker's making pemmican again.
Owen's going to appropriate
rations.
some venison steaks.
Yeah, that's more than fun.
Maybe
Good
he
funny.
swipes them while Walker's not looking.
Or he could just take him because Walker's not a fucking maniac.
He looks over and exchanges a glance with Evian, and they both panic at the idea of the
Like,
entire
Raiden
animal.
raises a finger to his lips. He's like, shh.
I'm assuming Walker would see Owen trying to take something, and he'll say, "I might grab a few haunches from one of the rabbits too."
Oh, of course. And then he does so. And he's gonna fry those bad boys up.
Does he need a walk? Because Walker's got a shitty one.
Could he fry it?
Walker's
in
also got some fucking tallow to use to fry with.
Oh my god. Oh, you guys spend the evening cooking, preparing a comical amount of food.
During like the mid process, at some point, Walker's gonna. Owen, you still have those seasonings?
A bit.
Toss me one of them. I'm gonna try to add more flavor to one of these. To
the
some
pemmican?
of these, what he would have said. Yeah,
Let me see what I've got.
I've got plenty of salt in my own,
Rummages.
but
Rummages in his pack, and he hands Walker a small vial with peppercorns in it.
Walker will nod appreciation and make to grinding those while the other stuff's still drying.
Kim, do you know how pemmican is made?
Vaguely.
What is Sophia's reaction to Walker? Walker grinding dried meat.
Probably like a raised eyebrow and like looking to the rest of the group in concern, but not actually saying anything.
The rest of us aren't even acknowledging that it's happening.
Imagine having all this fresh venison and then just cooking the shit out of it. And then just,
Cooking
my-
it, removing all moisture, grinding it into dust, combining it with the
with
dried
fat and
roughage,
berries.
and then emulsifying it in fat.
Oh.
No.
God,
I mean,
Walker's
she-
gotta be
she
up all
won't
night
say
doing
anything.
That's okay. Walker doesn't need spell slots.
Gotta be up all night fucking, oh my god.
Oh, there's work to be done. Plus, Sin's here, so he doesn't need desperately need the spell slots. So yeah, that is what Walker's going to be working on until he needs to get some sleep. I imagine he can probably finish that a few hours before the before the watches would be over. So he'll probably get like a couple hours of sleep at least.
Okay, so while Walker is preparing a comical amount of travel rations all night, God, he's gotta butcher so much stuff. Who is going to be taking watches during this time?
Didn't we have from Fiona? We had enough rations to get us all the way to Virat. And
Yeah,
back.
but then Evian used it as a fucking bludgeon.
I did do that.
I mean, that's not gonna ruin everything.
Not everything, but Walker gave all of his pemmican to Massey and a fucking bunch of red band dickheads. So he's getting the emergency food supply restocked.
Can't be out of pemmican.
No.
God forbid
Yeah.
people
Forbid.
enjoy their food on the road.
It's not terrible food. I don't know why you keep saying that.
I feel like after we
It's
see
not
the
honeyed
process
chicken.
of it being made, we just never look at it the same.
It's like fucking, it's just like flavorless, it's like you have to eat McDonald's chicken nuggets with no sauce.
Stop it.
That's not that bad. What?
Yeah, it is.
What do you
McDonald's
mean,
chicken
you
nuggets taste kind of like
psycho?
popcorn.
Oh!
It's weird. They taste like popcorn a little bit. Well, the coating tastes like
Who
popcorn.
gave you the ability to speak? I'd like to have a word.
I want to
Anyway.
take away William's food rules now after saying that fucking McDonald's chicken nuggets taste like popcorn.
I mean, the breading, dickhead.
I'm not happy with that.
Otherwise, it's just
Anyway.
white meat.
So, I would like perception checks from anyone who is...
Here's Walker's for the portion that he is up.
Okay.
Owen will also take a watch.
So, Evian first.
Sir, yes, sir.
Your night is
Walker-
filled with the... Oh?
I want to clarify. Walker would have given, like, Sin a bone from the deer, like one of the big ones that's not going to, like,
Oh,
break.
yeah, big bone.
He probably also would have... God, I wish Hannah were here for it, but he would have given Ishri a bone and said, dogs like bones.
You
and feet.
Ishri a bone!
To give to it, Lily, you fucking weirdo!
Ishri's laying over there. She goes to sleep gnawing on a bone, too.
Oh, God. Hannah Monty made that joke, too.
Oh.
Oh, God, that would have been funny.
Ishri and fucking Lily the dog are playing tug of war with the fucking bone.
Fucking, the bone is in Ishri's mouth. She's standing.
They're both
Lily the dog
growling
is
at
also
each other
holding on
as
to
you
the
guys,
bone.
everyone else goes to bed.
Lily the dog is hanging from that same bone just in midair.
Oh. God.
It's pretty good.
So, Evian, your night of watch is filled with quiet, that sense of foreboding of what's to come, and the sounds of flesh being teared from meat as Walker prepares food, and the crunching of bone as two dogs are being gifted these beautiful large hocks of leg bone. I imagine it's like
there's
femur.
still a little bit of like, you know, a little bit of meat still left on
Yeah. Oh, they'll tear it up. They'll get to that marrow. They'll get to the
Yeah.
good stuff. The sounds of the eventual pemmican. I have no idea what pemmican would smell like being made, but the idea of burning fat can't be great.
No, it's not burning fat. It would smell like cooked fat, like tallow, and also smell like, you know, jerky.
Yeah.
I
okay.
imagine also the peppercorns would be a big part of that smell.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's gonna help a lot with my thoughts about how awful this scene is.
I guess I should delete my one vial of peppercorns for this.
I mean, how big was this vial? You don't need a ton of pepper.
I described it as a small vial, like a healing potion style vial.
Okay, I don't know how big a healing potion is in your mind, dude. I just need like a. Give me
It's
a
in your-
weight.
I'm guesstimating that it was a
to an
vial
actual
of
pepper shaker.
peppercorns. Like,
Compare it to the amount of pepper you'd find in a pepper shaker.
I'd say maybe two and a half of those, maybe 3.
2.5 pepper shakers?
Yeah, the small ones.
That's a ton. What do you mean by the small ones?
Like, you know, the kind that like
you're
the
busting my balls here, dude.
Like restaurant style small ones?
yeah, like the little glass ones.
That is a comical amount of pepper, dude.
That's
So-
a lot of pepper.
Uh,
So
if
you
we're
still
talking,
have plenty.
So
I'd
Walker
say
would
there's still a
barely use
decent
any of
amount.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even for a lot of this, you probably would have used a fourth of like a, you know, like a pepper shaker or something.
He gets to have the fun of grinding it all up in his little pestle and everything while he works.
Yeah. Well, he also is grinding the meat in the same thing. So
He just does it all together. He grinds the meat and the peppercorns together right there.
and the berries.
Yeah.
It's all. I mean, that's how you do it.
Ugh.
So like I imagine like over the fire is like like his wok, which is where all like the fat was like rendering out into like, you know, the liquid, which you would have then added to the, you know, ground stuff to make it into the pemmican. So like it's the smell of that rendered fat and the pepper that really is obvious.
And eventually, Evian, you can take no more and you go to bed. Oh, and you wanted to take the next watch?
I said he'll take a watch. He's
Okay.
not.
All right.
I'm not super bothered about
Evian, up
that.
to you. Who takes the next watch?
Evian will wake up.
Just in
Rom.
general.
Yes, I volunteered.
For tribute.
Okey pokey. Here we go.
Epsilon, please, Rom. Much like Evian. Quiet. The occasional howling of the wind. You would notice there's the smell of rain, almost. Like, it's very faint, but it definitely feels like there is rain on the horizon. Other than that, quiet, and get to watch how the chicken nuggets are made.
Oh shit. That's pretty funny.
Next watch? Walker, did you want to, like, take this one as you're finishing up and then rest for the last one, or?
I mean, yeah, Walker would finish during this one and get to bed, but I'm assuming they're doing watches separately from Walker, if you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
Walker's not in the typical
Yeah,
thing.
I didn't know if he was
Just
going to
kind
just
of-
take one to let someone else
Yeah.
get rest.
I think he's just generally doing that.
Alright, so next watch.
Sure. I guess Owen can have a turn.
Owen can have a turn. William's
Nice.
prophecy is coming into play.
Rom would have said, seems pretty quiet. Kind of smells like rain, but that's about it.
And fat. And pepper.
If Owen has a good sniff, then can he
Oh.
predict? Can he predict when the rains will come?
It's very faint. You can't say exactly or even if it'll hit, but it's at least a day or two away. Like, it is,
if you-
it's that feeling of, like, you can smell it in the air, but only when the wind really picks up and only for the briefest of seconds. Kind of like at like the end of summer when you, like, smell the fucking... You can smell winter for, like, a second in the evening. That sort of thing. But you know it's not soon. You can't say when.
He'd at least know for the next 24 hours, right? Because he can do druidcraft, can't he?
If he wants to.
No, I think he's content to let his mundane senses guide him for now. He's asked enough of Karan lately.
Ugh. Giving Karat a break. And continuing the tradition, you guys listen to the quiet sounds in about an hour and a half in, Walker, as you are in the process of beginning what you hope to God is going to be the last batch of this shit. Like, you have a pile of carcasses and leathers and shit that is just... You can't do anything with it.
The hide is being salted already. You
Yeah.
know, you're preserving it. I imagine Walker has a little bundle of bones that he's gonna give to Lily later. Not Lily, fucking Sin. Fuck Lily.
To Ishri later.
To give to Sin later. You know, yeah, it's in his bag.
Yeah.
Probably in a pouch or something.
But,
You know.
and you hear first, and Walker, like, a second later, like, as you see Owen turning towards you to give you that, do you hear that look? You hear it as you look up. What sounds like horse hooves coming from the south. Very quiet. Like, you guys cannot overtly, like, you know where the road is. You cannot see it, but you would be able to, like, see if there was something using light. You would probably be able to see that from where you are.
And
Walker.
they would be able, if there was a mounted person on the road, they would be able to see our camp or the light.
Yeah, they would be able to see that there is civilization out here in this form of a campfire, though they wouldn't probably be able to make out anything.
Coming from Mordas Miter?
Yes, it is coming from the south.
Walker is going to place a hand on Sin, assuming she's asleep near him or something, and give her the mental signal of it's go time.
She kind of like slowly raises her droopy eyelids and like lets go of the bone that she was sleeping with, and there's just a comical amount of drool just dripping out of her mouth as she was sleeping with the bone in her mouth. Just gives a couple of like just slow, takes another lick of the bone and gives a big yawn, stretch, and then shakes her head. Her ears kind of flop over her eyes for a second. She shakes again and gets them out, and then she just looks at you and kind of gives a half nod.
Sounds then only one rider?
Yeah, and it's not at a quick pace either.
Sounds like only one person. Shall we confront them?
Probably wise.
That'd be information.
Let me take a poke from the fire and I'll block their path on the road. Keep watch in case anything happens.
Sin will be able to do that. I'm coming with you. Walker grabs his big boy crossbow.
We're probably in the bubble anyways, so there's like smoke but no light.
Alright. You guys start approaching closer. Who's going closer right now? Just
both Owen and Walker.
and
Unless
Sin as well?
No, Sin's gonna keep an eye on the rest.
Okay. Stealth checks, please.
And of course, also keep an ear out.
So Owen's got a torch, Ven. He's not trying to be
Okay, alright. If Owen's got a torch, then Walker, are you being stealthy?
Walker is going to be obvious.
Be obvious as well. Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Alright.
he's going to be standing next to Owen, wielding a big crossbow. I mean, he's ready to throw down if it needs to happen.
After a moment, you can see coming around a crest of the slight hill to your south, what looks like a single rider with a lantern on a tall, almost like a tall, like 3 or 4 foot like staff or stick of some sort that's hanging sideways with a lantern hanging off the top of it that's hooked to what looks like their backpack. You can't really make it out. It's pretty far away still. Even once it gets close, how close are you guys getting to the road?
In the road, right?
Yeah, Owen will step on the road and he'll wave his torch at the approaching rider.
As you guys get closer, you can see there are about 8 or 10 people on foot behind.
Oh, I thought you meant they were like galloping.
No.
God damn it! I would have.
No. Very. I said very slow, not go.
I did not
Just
say that.
a slow, like a regular, just of a horse, echoing. And yeah, it's as you start moving closer and you see him crest around the hill that you then begin to like kind of hear more, as nothing echoes quite as well as horse hooves on a solid, hard path, but yeah, as it starts to get closer, you do see there's 8 or 10 people as well walking behind.
Can I see in the light if they're like in chains or anything?
And perception check.
Can I also give one of those here to glean some information?
Yeah, go ahead. And you guys are still your plan is still to move towards the road?
Correct. That's Owen's plan.
I think Walker will follow up Owen on this one. He'll have his back there. Though Walker's looking for weapons.
You cannot immediately, Walker especially, like, you spent so fucking long staring at a fire and, like, your eyes still haven't completely adjusted. And you're, like, trying to figure out, and the figures behind just kind of blend in, and you can't immediately make it out. You both do notice there is definitely a spear being held by the some sort of long weapon, hafted weapon, if you will. being
How
held in
far are
the
they?
offhand. Still a couple hundred feet at least.
Okay.
As you guys you're moving towards the road and observing them as they're moving up the road. They're moving very slow. Like you're probably at an average-ish pace. If you're not even running, you're still probably moving a little bit quicker than them. So you'll probably reach the road with them probably still 120 feet out of you.
Well, they're already within Walker's range. Just saying.
The people in the back, you do count. There are 9 people that you can count, Owen. They don't seem to be in chains. They are all carrying backpacks, some of them walking sticks. 2 of them, you note, seem to be armed. You cannot tell exactly what. One has a shield on their back, but again, you are literally looking at silhouettes from a single lantern. So that's all you can really glean.
Do they appear to have noticed us?
I mean, in the sense that you would... I mean, yes, they did not change their trajectory or anything, but they definitely have noticed you because you are wielding a torch and walking into their path.
Right.
As you guys get onto the path, the 2 of you, the horse rider slows down and enough to get like the group behind him to be right next to it. You see them, like, you can't make out what they're saying, but they obviously have said something to the people behind, and then they begin to ride up a little bit quicker. You see they get a tighter grasp on what seems to be a pike of some sort that they were holding in their left hand. They have it as they move closer to you, not drawing
How
it
close?
to wield, probably 100 feet and closing right now.
Okay. Once they get within 60, I want some more fucking information, Bob.
They keep getting closer. You see this person seems human male, wearing what looks like simple chainmail.
Do I see a kilt?
You do not see a kilt.
Do I see a red band?
You do not see a red band.
Walker will whisper, no red band as far as I can tell. Walker probably has the, like, crossbow, like, up, aimed up, but still in both of his hands, so he's, like, ready to use it at any moment.
And as you guys, like, getting to about 60 feet away, kind of, like, turning to the side with a... you see then, you make out a shield on this gentleman's back as well. Just kind of calls out to you. Hail! Violence!
What language is he speaking?
He is speaking Garish.
You say hail violence?
Yeah.
Question mark. Right?
So
It was
clearly someone who doesn't
violence?
know.
Yeah.
Clearly someone who doesn't know Garish very well.
Owen will respond. I guess he'll respond in Garish at first. He'll say, I hope not.
Are you lot Lenorians? Walker will say in Lenorian.
Owen spoke in Garish, though, correct?
Yeah.
Saying that first, the response is, what way the baby unto the destined sky?
I know a second language when I hear one.
To say this is a second language would be very generous.
Walker's a nice man.
Yeah, oh, it is completely... Like, you can get a vague idea of what he's trying to say. This is someone who has been trying to desperately to learn Garish and not doing a very good job. Like, it is obvious.
Wait, hold on. This is important. On a scale of 0 to Ishri, where's this guy at? In terms of Garishness.
I mean...
In terms of Garish comprehension, I should say.
God, you've given a weird and difficult
0 to Ishri is...
I'm sorry. 0 to 10 with 5 being Ishri. And
golly.
10 being full comprehension.
Probably like a 6 or so. Like, he seems to understand it kind of, but obviously has not really learned to speak it.
Hmm.
And at that point, he just... The bears are very grave until I wish to pass with my friends, the bears.
Are they still drawing closer?
I mean, slowly at this point. Like, it is at the horse is now at a very slow step. The others has stopped at about 100 feet. He came
Come on
his
now.
own.
Dismount and identify yourself. Walker will again say Lenorian.
I speak Lenorian. Owen will say in Lenorian.
Are you, intimidation or persuasion, your call? Depending on, I will say both of you for that.
Swords
Each
aren't
give a roll.
drawn yet.
Listen, we both got our own styles.
How does that even work? Are we good cop, bad copping him?
Yeah,
with one sentence?
totally. On the
One
side of the
sentence?
road.
There was like some implied annoyance in Walker's tone, and Owen is just trying to be.
Walker's
placating.
got that threatening body language as he fucking brandishes this comically large crossbow. He does not dismount, and he does like tighten the grip on his pike, but then he in Lenorian, what are you all doing out here? Exactly.
On our way to Mordas Miter.
On our way out, so may we pass?
That depends on what your purpose is.
And what it was.
Purpose is to head out here. There's going to be a war coming out soon, so thought we would get out and I would help some of my friends. And he kind of motions behind him. Get out.
Well, obviously you're not a Gar. Are you Red Band?
Pauses for a moment. Ex-Red Band.
A deserter, then.
Call it that. Oi.
I'll ask you again to identify yourself. Who are you?
Pauses for a moment. And, like, you can see he is at least moderately nervous here. Like, he kind of, like, looks between you, especially the separate vibes that you guys are giving out.
I mean, like when he says ex-Red Band, like there's probably a change in Owen's demeanor. Like, you know, maybe his stance hardens a little bit.
Name's Leland. Well, I imagine no one really knows me, so not sure what that's gonna do to help.
What were you doing in Mordas Miter, Leland?
He kind of like looks not necessarily worried, but a bit confused. We're not looking for any trouble. Can we please go?
Answer the
Trying to
question.
get my friends out.
We'll have a few more questions. Then we can discuss you leaving. I would
What
recommend
were you-
cooperating.
What were you doing in Mordas Miter?
We're occupying the city by orders of the adjudicator.
What's the status of the city currently?
He looks... he pauses for a moment. It is still standing. That's what you're wondering. We're not intent on raising it to the ground.
And how many red band are still left in it?
He thinks for a moment. 50, perhaps less.
Walker kind of like glances at Owen, not sure how big Mordas Miter is, and not sure if that's a big number.
Mordas Miter, not as small as Recton, but
No, it's
small.
it's probably about the same size as Dunrock. So, you know, a large town, population, maybe a couple thousand at most.
One sort of frowns. Where did you intend to go?
Away from here. Heard the war's coming. No intent on fighting it, so we all thought we'd leave.
To where? Unless you plan on walking through the Petrica, the only way out is by boat.
There's a pausing moment. The goal was to avoid the war. That's what we intend to do. We're not going to be fighting Nogars on their turf. How big they're saying this army is. Not intent on dying myself.
Going into that question then, through what venue are you going to leave the country? Or where are you heading next?
There's a slight shrug. Can't go to Darrow. Don't want to go back to Varat, and he kind of like gives this like, you can see even in his armor as he like gives this like physical shudder.
What's in Varat that you are so afraid of?
Borvir. Speaks of family. Speaks of all of these strangeties. Silver-tongued devil, that one. Anna, welcome back. We missed you.
Hello.
I want to hear more about this devil. Why don't you get off your horse and walk on up? I'll give you some food to see you on your way if you answer some more questions.
Give me a persuasion check.
We'll see how that goes.
We got enough food. Truth be told, plan's going to be to head north, past Boralis, then west. Disappear into the cities that haven't seen war.
Ha! Cities that haven't seen war. Garland. There may not have been blood spilled in Hatherton or Desirs or Port Galdar, but they have all felt it.
We'll be on our way now. Okay? Not
There's
wanting
one more
to fight
thing.
you.
I want to hear from everyone that you're with that you're all deserters.
He looks back and does this very quiet, still echoing in the night whistle across this plain and motions them forward. They all begin heading up. Everyone with backpacks, some of them carrying what seem to be like everyone has some sort of way to defend themselves, but to call them weapons would be far too generous. One person has what looks like a walking stick with the top sharpened. Another, you can see, has a blatant, like, makeshift dagger on their belt. Only a couple of them have proper weapons.
See that they're all approaching?
Yeah. And as they get up into the light, you're all deserters following me. Not Red Band anymore. That right? There's a quiet and nervous bit of agreement as over the course of... Yeah.
I would like to insight check. I want to make sure this guy's not like taking a bunch of slaves with him.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
like, are they wearing red bands?
No.
Well, I imagine if they were deserters, they would have tossed that right away, right?
Blind
Yeah, my
William.
guys had.
Seem like ours.
Blind
Huh?
William.
He didn't say it.
You
they're-
rolled.
it's always
didn't even
supposed to
yeah.
be blind.
And you didn't even give me time. You said you want to make an insight check, and then you rolled it.
You said yes.
Yeah.
Listen, if I made a mistake, that's my bad. But I thought you said yes.
Always blind.
Okay.
Has been established.
They seem nervous and probably a bit scared, but they don't seem coerced. Like, they're not... There's no, like, visible... They're well-armed enough that, like...
They could
He
kill
couldn't
Leland.
take all of them, so unless there's something else going on, it definitely does not seem like this is a case of them being slaves or anything. And most of them did seem to respond in Lenorian as well when asked. Not a lot of Garish commoners learning Lenorian these days, so
Story checks out as far as I'm concerned. Walker says, whispering to Owen.
Two things, Leland.
he raises an eyebrow and just kind of leans down a bit. This.
You're not going to get far. Speaking like that. You'll be found out. And if you plan to travel past Paralis, you will not make it past the army.
Just kind of
Secondly,
narrows his eyes.
I want to know how many Gars you've killed.
Hmm.
And that goes for the rest of you too. Kind of like brandishes the torch at the other people.
He gives a shrug. I don't know.
Guess.
Sure, at least a few. Part of the mounted units, first ones in. Rogars killed as many of my friends as I did there.
Why should you get to live when they all do not?
I didn't make this choice. Didn't want to be fighting here. Certainly didn't want to be seeing the sounds of a Garish army. He motions and starts, like, motioning for the people behind him to move around you guys and start continuing. We need to be getting going.
I didn't say you could go yet.
With all
I think
due
that-
respect, my sir. We're going.
I think that's enough, Owen. Let them pass.
Not until they answer the question. And he points the torch at, again, just another random person.
Do you
How
think,
many?
you truly think, that Nella here motions towards her, that she's keeping track of how many people she's killed?
Frankly, I don't care. I want to know. How many?
Don't know. She just kind of, woman, maybe 40s, 50s. Very calloused look to her. Probably lived a hard life. I don't know. Maybe none. Maybe a couple. Drafted as a damned cook, brought here. He fought when I had to and didn't much enjoy. At this point, Leland on his horse just, enough. For motions for them to continue. We're gonna be on our way.
Walker's gonna put a hand on Owen's shoulder.
Your weapons. Leave them. All of them.
They pause as they're starting to like head into the grass to go around you guys past the road, and
No, I'm not like he will get in their way if they move to go past him.
not gonna do that.
You are if you wish to leave.
That's a threat.
Fact.
Leland, let me make a few things clear here. You're not just talking to a couple of soldiers or mages, and we're not alone. While I'd like to see you leave here alive, it seems he is intent on having you leave your weapons. If you do wish to leave here alive, I would recommend doing as asked.
He looks to you, looks back to Owen, and then looks back to you, Walker. I don't care. If you are the Sun King stuff, I'm giving my friends the best chance to survive, the best chance to get out of this awful situation that I can. That means this. So be it. Looks at them. Go. And they start to move off the road again to go around you.
I said, drop your weapons.
Don't do it. Keep going.
I'm gonna need a wisdom saving throw, bud.
On who?
All of them.
God, you and your dumb ability.
Alrighty. Let me go ahead. This is...
Well, would they all be within
Since-
30 feet?
Yeah, they're pretty close together, I'd say.
So two things. Hey, Ben,
Especially
two
now.
things. Since
Yeah.
Owen seems a bit serious right now. Hunter's Mark on Leland. First
Okay.
cast at first level.
Oh.
First thing. Second thing, Sin, wake the others.
I'm just going to, for the sake of ease, roll one for them as a group.
And one for
And
Leland.
see how many they do, and then one for Leland.
Oh my god.
So-
Are you fucking kidding me, man?
Uh,
My odds, if you did all 29, would be that half of them drop their weapons. 2/3 drop their weapons. What is that
For-
garbage, man?
Leland.
Oh my god!
I'm so upset. Do I kill this man for my ego?
A few of them, like, start to, like you see a couple of them, like, one of them, like, with the sharpened walking stick, drop it, and he just, no. They're gonna keep... At this point, he is very tightly holding that pike. Not letting my friends stop. Not like this.
A few sticks will not stop the guards from killing you.
But they will stop the wolves. They will stop and help us survive against bears. Said your mages, if you are, then these sticks aren't going to stop. They're not going to help us, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to try. Because they deserve a chance. I'm not letting you take that.
Like the guards that you killed, willingly or not, did they deserve the chance? I will give you the choice, Leland. Drop the pike, or I take your life, in vengeance for theirs. I will not ask again.
I drop this. And they go. Let them go.
They're not like Ven. You said like
They started to move off the road, and they're
like as far as weapons go, like they have sticks.
Daggers.
Yeah, they have sticks, daggers. One has a long sword and a shield, and one has what looks like a fairly nice, like, hatchet. Like, it's a fairly big, like big wood-felling hatchet, but that's probably the only other nice weapon, if you would call it that.
So Owen will point to that particular person, and he'll say, him too. Then you may pass.
It sentences us to death. But not even at your own.
Choose. I wager it's a better choice than the people of Mordas Miter would give you. If your fate was up to them.
Our fate was up to them. We would still be there.
Why?
He just looks at you. Not everyone is a bloodthirsty asshole. Do you think there's a reason we're not Morales? Do you think there's a reason that we're not fighting? Don't want to. We avoided.
Avoid it now. Drop the pike.
He drops it to the ground, turns back, looks at them and just nods. The man with the axe drops it.
Does he unbelt the sword?
He like takes it out of its sheath, and you can see it's probably seen better days. It is not well taken care of. He throws it to the ground.
Owen, well, as soon as they drop their weapons, he'll step out of their way.
During this time, Sin is currently nudging everyone else in the bubble awake.
We'll head over fairly quickly, I assume, because that's kind of concerning.
Is Sin like pulling them towards the road as she wakens them?
Kind of like doing the point, like the
okay,
point,
the
like,
hunting
point.
point. Yeah, get everyone up and then just like pointing towards the road.
Probably a few soft yet urgent barks, or borks, if you will.
Yeah, I'm assuming we're getting over there pretty quickly.
It's a decent few hundred feet travel, but yeah. All right. As the weapons are dropped, he just looks at you, waiting for you to. He motions first to the rest of them. Go again. Don't look back.
Probably hear a few, like, people running over in the grass.
Turns back to you, Owen. Free to go then.
Aye. If you cross paths with other guards, know that they will probably try to kill you.
He shakes his head and looks at you for 10, 15 seconds. Looks beyond you to the group that is at a very quick pace moving away from you, and then rears his horse. Begins moving around. After about 10 feet or so, he just spits on the ground, keeps moving.
Owen scowls after the man, but he watches them go in silence.
The last thing you hear is, "There's more of them, we need to move." All of you hearing that echo over the plains.
I guess as we're arriving
Yeah.
I'm
closer,
hearing that with no
Fireball
context.
him, Kim.
We
Fucking do it. Do it.
Yeah.
do we have to hold them back? Owen?
No. Let them pass.
We
I had
do
Sin
so,
wake them up.
presumably?
I'm assuming we've arrived now and slowed down a little bit. What just happened?
Let's walk
More
back to the
deserters.
camp. Sorry to wake you all, but it might have been needed.
More
What happened?
deserters.
Okay.
Walker's
mean-
gonna grab the pike.
Were they any threat?
Not to us.
To other people?
Hard to say.
I mean, if they're deserters from here, I mean, did they seem like they could be dangerous? She looks over to Walker.
To a soldier, no. To commoners, potentially. They didn't seem interested in fighting, but you never know what someone will do once they're on hard times. People need to eat.
If you've taken a life, find it all the easier to take another.
I suppose if things get to that point.
Either way, situation's over now. Again, sorry to wake everyone.
Owen will stand in the road until he can't see their torch anymore. Just watching.
Even before the torch is gone, Walker's gonna try to grab Owen by his, like, sleeve or whatever. Like, come on. There's no use standing around here.
It's not right, Walker. I know we've had this conversation many times, but it's not right.
Walker's gonna continue to try to pull Owen away. Right or not, more people are alive now than could be. We can't change the past, but we can change how we treat people now.
He's not going to make it. Talking like that.
Probably not. Their best bet would be to hide out in the wilderness until the war is over.
I very much hope that we get to Mordas Miter. Not find it ravaged. And he'll turn and head back to the camp with Walker.
Guys, make your way back to the camp. Bubble now gone, and they slowly dying fire after this few-minute confrontation. After a little while, you all settle back down. Who will be taking the last one?
Walker's going to bed. He's done.
Who gets to take the watch?
You guys putting back up the bubble as per usual.
Owen will wake Ishri, or I guess motion. If his watch is over, he'll motion to Ishri to take the last one.
She'll just nod and do it.
Before Walker really starts down, he'll say, "Remember, Ishri, those bones are good for treats for the dogs. If you ever want to give positive reinforcement, those are good for that."
Oh, thank you. In that case, then, as Ishri pulls Lily up to sit next to her while she's doing watch, she'll just slowly feed Lily the dog treats.
Full bones, multiple times.
We're sitting next to her. That's what Ishri wants her to do. She just hangs out with her. Therefore, she's treats.
She's doing good. She's doing good.
job.
She's eating.
Lily the dog, who has already claimed a human life, crunches on bones throughout the night, and the rest of us have to sleep to it.
It's fine.
It's not really a crunching sound. Depending on what bone you're giving the dog, it's not really a crunching sound.
It's one of
If
them,
it's a-
tell you what.
I mean, if it's like the
One of them.
ribs, then it's probably kind of crunching because she's probably eating the whole actual bone. But if it's like one of the
Delicious.
bigger bones, I've given my dog like cow ribs and he eats the entire thing.
Whoa.
But if it's like a femur or something like that, like one of the big bones, then it probably just
Outside of
be
like
crunching on it.
when they break it, there's not gonna be a lot of crunching. It's gonna be lots of like teeth grinding on it.
It'd be more like that. Also, I don't think they'd necessarily be able to. Maybe a deer. It's not as big.
Yeah.
You're pretty big.
No, it's a
But
big
like,
deer, but I
the
think
legs,
yeah.
their legs are thinner than
Yeah.
cow legs.
Yeah, I think eventually they would crack them. Probably take work.
They're also magic dogs, so.
Yeah.
Their teeth
are
aren't
their
magical
teeth
for the sake of
considered
overcoming
magical
resistances.
Oh, what was that,
I
Nick?
assume they can't like have a teeth fracture at the very least.
So all I'm saying is you could just bludgeon enemies with your dog if they have magic resistance or regular resistance.
Oh my gosh.
So
I just imagined Ishri just yeeting Lily the dog at a ghost or something.
go get him, Lily. Lily
Just
knocks the
throws
ghost.
her-
Lily knocks the fucking ghost prone.
Just like the dog gets thrown mouth open towards the ghost.
Dog torpedo.
And then Divine Smites.
Wait, hold on a second. Ben,
I was like, I think I have a picture of Lily doing this.
this is a really important question.
Oh, no.
A mechanics question.
Yeah.
So you know how Find Steed lets you cast spells, you
Yeah.
know, self spells on your steed as well.
Yeah.
Can Ishri cast Paladin smite spells on herself and then also have Lily the dog smite with the same spell with her teeth?
Huh.
Like it says weapon attack, but like I would argue that, you know, teeth and claws are natural weapons.
They are. And I mean, I have allowed it with unarmed strikes.
Ooh.
Let me. I'm gonna look into that. So, Ishri, as you finish up your the last bits of sleep
Point
you
of
had
clarification?
interrupted. Yep.
Natural attacks from animals are considered weapon attacks, unlike unarmed strikes.
But anyway.
Bite is a melee weapon attack. Sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine. Yeah,
Come on, Hannah. We're giving you gold here, Hannah.
So Ishri, you as Walker finishes up over the course of the next 20 minutes or so while your watch is beginning, you watch him create the incredible delicacy known as pemmican.
Walker's already asleep. He went to bed at the end of that one.
I was imagining he had to clean up, didn't he?
I think Walker was basically at the end is when that
Oh.
happened.
And then you have your watch, which consists of watching, you watch as Lily the dog grinds and bites on a nice little bit of what seems to be a femur. The other one being worked on by Sin, who slowly falls back asleep and begins drooling with it in her mouth. You can see the drool getting all over one of her ears the way she's laying. And is quiet night thus far. You do not hear anything else. You do not see anything else till your favorite thing, the large ball of light in the sky, begins to appear in the east. And as it does, we will go ahead... Well, we are going to go ahead and take a break, but first I need to go ahead and double-check spellcasting rules. Fine, Steve. Founded, you can make any spell you cast the target's only you also target your... I will say this. Alright? If your steed and you are both conscious, you can expend spell slots to let your steed smite.
No, I'm sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. Like
he was referring to the
how,
smite spell.
Yeah, like there's like branding smite or whatever. Like that one specifically says target self. You know, so I mean, I'm all for both of these outcomes because that seems really fucking cool. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, I mean,
Isn't one of these smites on the cleric spell list? I could have sworn they added one of these.
The smite spell does not spells don't target only the caster. While it has a range of self, it refers to the creature you attack as a target. So, the smite spells, no, but I would allow Ishri, if she's conscious, to expend a spell slot to have Lily the dog smite if she hits something.
And Ben's letting the paladin do more smites around. Ludicrous.
She doesn't
Also,
do
I
it
didn't realize you had to be mounted to do the spell sharing thing. Can we just assume, since they're not mounts, that touching them is fine?
Yeah,
We've already established that precedent. So
yeah, that's fine.
Because I didn't realize that mistake when I was using the one thing with Sin, but...
And
Walker gets on top of Sin to cast.
with that, we will go ahead and take a quick break. So, as the sun rises in the east, Ishri, you get everyone up in the bubble, and a new day has dawned for you.
First thing in the morning, if Simon checks the sandwiches, does he have all 7 still?
At sunrise?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay.
Dang.
That sucks.
We should have eaten them in the middle of the night when we woke
Yeah,
up.
when you woke up, you should have eaten them all!
Midnight snack.
Yeah, Simon was too
Dinner, dude.
tired. He didn't realize.
Oh. It's a
Nice
new
rest.
morning.
Oh.
The faint smell of rain is now, like, it's more readily obvious to anyone with senses. There's probably rain.
We gotta get a move on before it starts pouring. How far are we, Owen?
Owen sort of squints to the south, and then Nick asks Ven how far we are from Mordas Miter.
A couple hours or so? No more than 3 or 4.
Owen sort of squints to the south, and then he says, should be there before noon. Easily.
Well, doesn't seem we're gonna. It doesn't seem like we're gonna have too much trouble. They said only 50 of them remain within the city. It should go about what I have thought. Anyone who knows we are there will probably scatter or make themselves scarce.
Maybe what the man said is true, and they are doing more to protect the town than hurt the people.
Only one way to find out. Walker says, getting up and packing.
Worst case scenario, I feel like we best 50 red band in a fight.
I don't think it will be much of a fight if it comes to it, but
I'd rather not have to fight them if they've just been living among the people for the past little while.
That is why I said worst case scenario.
We'll only know what has to be done once we get there.
Guess there's no point speculating until we know for sure.
Rom, if you have it in you, why don't you check on Lokar? Give him an RETA.
It was about right?
Sorry?
We were going to get there about noon, right?
Yeah, he said should be before noon.
Alright, then Rom will send a sending to Lokar. Just checking on you. We should get there before noon.
There's a pausing moment. I am finishing up some business. At the moment, I will be there by this evening. I will try and make haste. That's all?
He said... What was that last sentence? He said...
We'll try and
He said he was a little busy and he was finishing up some business, but that he'd try to make it.
Good to know.
Ben, before we go any farther, what does Owen know about what they do in Mordas Miter? Are they a fishing town since they're on the lock?
So, Mordas Miter is... Yeah, they are very much fishing. They are, like, probably the biggest producer of fish for Varad, even more than Darrow, which is much more of a, you know, shipping town. And it's not nearly as good at, you know. But beyond just fishing, it is... I don't want to say quaint, but it is much like Dunrock, but probably a bit smaller. I think I overestimated its size when I was initially describing it. It's like a smaller version of Dunrock in that sense. Fishing is big. Farming on the outskirts. It is probably... Within Kintaran, Borealis probably has the most elaborate farms, but Mordas Miter is much more likely to be like the supplier for Virat, because outside of the farms around Virat, which, given that a lot of Virat is, especially to the east, is forest, does not have a lot of room for it, Mordas Miter is able to supplement a lot of the farming needs of the city. Beyond that, it is a fairly simple town. There's not a lot... It doesn't have walls. It's out of the way. There is no strategic positioning or defenses it needs. It's just a town up against a lake. It started as a fishing village and grew.
Does he know anything about any particular, you know, Harus that might be around?
What?
That's what Fergus said. He said he guessed that Loch Morda was what they were talking about.
The banks of her sister, Loch Call and Loch Morda.
Oh shit, I forgot that was a relevant thing.
I mean, it's sort of not, since like Owen can kind of just go there now. I guess I'm not really.
Well, that
sure.
might be where we can all go. Let's take a field trip, you know?
Field trip.
Yeah, Walker
Oh my
and Owen.
gosh, we can get a long rest in the Grove. What up?
Oh shit, that'd be kind of cool.
Is, I believe from memory, was from the banks of her sister lies the Harus.
Correct.
I mean, that's very open to interpretation, as much of the things that the strange witch of Dunrock said, but...
So we've also found out that Harus means, like... Well, what is it? It's
a doorway or such.
Like portal.
Yeah,
threshold.
a portal threshold. There is literalism to it. Perhaps you will find it.
Maybe that can wait until after baby sisters are saved.
Well, I mean, we're trying to get a long rest in town. Wouldn't be a bad idea to invest a bit of downtime, you know. Either way.
Guys, begin your travels. Marching order, same as last time. I assume Walker's not hunting this time.
Yeah, Walker's back up front.
I'd like to lead.
Oh, well.
Well, Walker will be on the lookout for more tracks.
Tracks for what?
You know.
Are you guys gonna...
Tracks.
You guys are circling...
tracks.
You guys are circling back and taking the road?
Any pesky wabbits. Yeah, I think we'll
Wild
take the road.
Reese.
Yeah, Walker will, keep a lookout for any, signs of groups passing. Make sure there's no one recently arrived or anything like that.
Give me a... I would say any specific stuff like that. I would say investigation for Walker there.
Okay.
And front and back perceptions, Owen and Evian.
Oh, I'm still on blind.
Wait, William, I think I can... Yeah, I can do that.
Oh,
that wasn't that good.
Ooh, that's pretty
Yeah, if you roll blind, I can make it public.
Wait, you mean you could have made that one roll blind?
Yeah, but you already saw it, so...
I did already, didn't
I think I can actually do that, can I?
My highest roll this
Yeah,
session
I can.
has been a 14 with a +7.
God. William was right about the bad rolls. He was just wrong about which Gar it was.
Start punching a tree so you can
Well,
roll better.
technically, I'm not garish, but I'll take it. That's a win. That's a dub.
Ugh.
All right, so you gather your things up, and with the full party now in tow, make your way back towards the road, near where you had the encounter in the night with the apparent abandoning red band, deserting red band, more of them. And you follow the road. Walker, there is obvious evidence of the group that came through here. They were not being stealthy. You can see where, like, occasionally there's, like, you can see after maybe an hour or so where they seem to have waited at one point, and it looks like had a snack or something, leaving some bits of litter on the ground, things like that. Yeah, there's like a bag of trail mix that's empty.
Like a good Boy Scout, Walker will pick up the trash.
Yeah, tattered.
Pick it up.
Hey, it's a tattered cloth.
Yeah, he can use that. Maybe as a bandage.
Yeah, it's a. It looks like at one point it was like a little simple pouch, like a cloth pouch. The corded leather drawstring is missing, and it's kind of torn up and beaten. It looks like it was just left on the side of the road.
Walker will pocket it to make use of it later.
With your eyes and ears peeled, Owen, at the forefront, you notice after maybe... Oh, that's three times
someone
tonight.
Sneezes in the distance,
and I've muted once, twice, but God, I've been sneezing.
Maybe you have COVID.
Yeah, from not leaving my house for a year.
Yeah.
Oh, you go to work?
I do go
You
to
go to
work.
work.
Yeah.
Someone you work with has
I
COVID
go to
recently.
work with all of my fun vaccinated coworkers.
Except for the one.
Except for the one who I'm still assuming isn't. Or wasn't.
Who had COVID.
He did. And he was
Nice,
gone
nice.
for what felt like a year. But anyway.
Yeah.
So, conversation about my life notwithstanding. Oh, and you see as there's what looks like in the middle of the road I'm not going to call it a trap. I'm going to call it
What?
a small pile of stones that are very blatantly arranged in a certain way that, like, they're small. They're very small.
Are they the stones from Walker's Funny Dream?
No, but they're little more than pebbles just in the middle of the road that look like they were arranged recently, like within the last day or so. Not in any sort of symbol, just like a rough kind of semicircle. Maybe a dozen of them. If you weren't really, really paying attention and, like, keeping your eyes peeled, you probably would just fucking...
Is this like it's like some sort of garish thing? Like,
No.
is it a
No.
weird Mordas Miter people rock stacking thing? Like,
I mean, like I said, they're in like a rough semicircle, like ovalish circle. It's not perfect. There's maybe a dozen total. It just sticks out a bit, like.
but not that much, since I'm the only one.
Yeah, like you only notice it because there's like it's the first thing that looks unnatural or anything. Like, it just kind of sticks out to you as a bit strange. Kind of like what would be an equivalent thing?
Seeing a sign that was vandalized?
Not even. Like, the real life equivalent would be like, Alex, this one's for you. You know when they post all those pictures and videos from the rover on Mars, and they're like, oh my god, look at that circle of stones, and like, it literally means nothing, but it kind of sticks out?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kind of like that.
What?
Because I know Alex loves weird shit, so that's a good description.
Yes.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But I mean, that was only for Alex, so it doesn't give any of us any more
It's weird
context.
shit. I mean, I don't have other context. It's just kind of
It's
weird.
something weird.
Yeah, it doesn't seem natural, but it doesn't otherwise stick out.
Okay.
Owen will,
You would know you're maybe an hour or so, hour and a half out Mordas Miter at this point.
he'll turn to Ishri as if to ask what she thinks of that, and then, you know, remember that she's not from around these parts, and so he'll say, Simon, what do you make of that? And he points out the rock thing.
It's definitely a rock.
What are you two talking about?
Right there, Walker. What do you make of that?
You all come to a stop as you see Owen brings Simon over, and then Walker you were kind of like leaning over checking out some tracks or something, and you come back, and the rest of you see as three of them are standing over a small oval-ish circle of pebbles.
Is it magic?
You focus for a moment. There's a lot of magic around here from the party, but there is no magic from these stones.
Ishri is going to hand Evian a rock and say, maybe throw a rock into the middle of it? It's not magical.
And tosses a rock into the middle of it.
What are you all doing?
Toss a rock into the middle. It kind of rolls and knocks one of the other ones off to the side, kind of breaking the circle a bit.
Seems like maybe that would be bad luck.
Oh, well, they've plenty of mediocre looks. Just maybe it'll spice it up for a change.
Walker's gonna begin walking around the fucking pile of rocks that everyone is so interested in.
I mean, again, it's a semicircle. It's like maybe a dozen pebbles, and it's about 4 inches in diameter. Like, it's very subtle and just weird. You guys continue?
I mean, I guess like. I don't know what to do with that, man.
Yeah.
The trap is how long he can get us to waste, how much time we can get us to waste on this fucking stupid fucking thing.
Oh. How many spell slots you spent trying to figure out the semi oval of pebbles?
If when we were walking away, even threw a rock at it and kind of broke the circle, Simon would fix the circle while we.
What a guy!
Love that.
What a stand-up fella.
Now he's drawing it. It's got to be important. He's drawing it.
Why, Bob? Why? The fuck? And this isn't the fucking weird Gar's tradition of telling people things through rocks.
No, that is, as far as you know, Owen, as a Gar with weird Garish traditions, there is no Garish tradition of telling people things with rocks. That's about what it looks like.
Hold on, that's not true. We learned from.
What do you mean? That's literally a thing.
Yeah.
I mean this context. It is like, this is not a thing that people do.
I mean,
so we ignore it and move on.
All right. Simon, you put the last pebble back and kind of stamp it back in. What?
D for danger.
Oh, true.
D for dragon. Oh, God.
You start to leave. God. You start to leave, and Walker's like, "Wait, was that a D?" And turns back around.
There's a D, and then a A, and then a D. It's the Dick and Dragon. Oh shit!
No, it's just your dad. He's warning you. He's here.
Oh no.
Or D for Darren.
I don't know any fucking
Darren Dragon.
Darren
Dragon.
Darren the Dragon.
I guess we do.
Didn't you know Walker's friend is a were-dragon?
Oh no!
Oh no.
Oh load.
All of
can
Walker's
bite
friends
me
are wear
anytime.
something.
I'm glad you heard that.
What Nick say? You legally have to clarify.
Oh, it was so much better that only you heard it.
Anyway.
We move away from the unimportant pile of rocks. Someone kicks it over. Wasn't Walker, who knows?
Guys,
Alright, but what if we pour water on it?
Oh my God, please.
That's fireball it, please.
We've wasted so much time on stupid stuff.
Oh my
Can
God,
we
I'm
please
joking.
take
All right,
Andy?
everyone group up
Good
into the circle and
Lord.
cast fireball centered on us. It's okay.
it's 4 inches in diameter. How is everyone grouping up in it?
On the
So
map,
Phoenix
it's a lot
yourself.
bigger than that.
Oh yeah, he's got a point. Anyway, so for the sake of my sanity, Evian throws a rocket. It knocks one of the pebbles out. As you guys are leaving, after examining it for a few moments, Simon does put the pebble back.
What a guy. We move on.
You guys move on. Oh,
Okay, when do we see the next pile? Please.
Is it a triangle
please
this
describe
time,
the
or
next scene,
a
Van.
square,
you
triangle?
guys. The next hour or so goes by without anything, and you see in the distance, first the sounds of the breeze picking up, smell that clean lock air, and see the first few farmhouses of Mordas Miter in the reach.
There's no like, smoke from houses of being on fire, right?
No, I mean, you can see that there is smoke, but it looks like it's from a chimney.
Yeah, not.
Yeah, there is not billowing columns of smoke.
Good. That's good.
There is someone currently like tilling a field, organizing something. They're working on something. They don't even really acknowledge you. They kind of like give you like a curious glance from maybe 150 feet away, but nothing really.
Anybody feel free to, chime in if they think this is a bad idea. But unless otherwise unprompted, Owen will be wearing his kilt, his Kintaran kilt.
Has he changed in front of us?
I mean, he gets dressed in the morning.
Okay. Did he get dressed in the kilt?
Presumably.
Yes, he's wearing it. That's
Yeah.
how you. That's how
Okay.
you.
That's
put
how
a
you get
kilt
dressed
on.
in something, William. You
Yeah.
have to, in order to wear it, you have to get dressed in it.
upset. Anyway, Walker's got no qualms. We're kind of just waltzing right in. We're gonna assert ourselves.
Oh,
Yeah, sure.
So, should we seek like a headman or something?
We should seek whoever's in charge of the red band here.
after you, as you get past about maybe a dozen farmhouses across both sides, occasional, some of them with very, not rickety, but not very well made fences. You know, there to keep the cows in, and that's about it. That sort of thing. But after maybe a dozen of them, you see as you hear the sounds of hooves moving towards you, and you see coming from the town someone on horseback.
Are they wearing a red band?
So
I got excited.
Oh, and you do see they are wearing a red band.
Oh boy.
They are moving at you, and they are not brandishing a weapon.
Walker's hand is on his crossbow. The little
One
one.
sort of scowls, but he continues walking forwards.
Moves to about 15 feet away, and then... By order of His Eminence Sile and the Mayor Grandok, what reason do you have being here?
There's an eminent in town.
You have come to liberate Mordas Miter. We bid you and your eminent leave the town. Go elsewhere.
There's a curious glance as he kind of like, you know, like he has lifted up the helmet that he was wearing and just kind of raises an eyebrow in confusion.
The rest of us try to look big and strong. And scary.
I'm sorry. Can I revise that real quick?
Sure.
I need to add a few words. He says, instead of saying that, he says, by order of Angus MacDurk, we are here to liberate the town, and we bid you and the rest of the Red Band to go elsewhere. That's what he says.
Simon, why don't you show the man the leverage we hold? Logan.
Yeah, Logan does. I don't even know.
Magic.
Oh, literally just Matt. Okay.
Shoot some sparks or something, dude. I don't know.
Simon just cast Star Strike. Just
what?
In the distance. Not at anybody. Not at anybody. Just like to the side.
In between the party.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he, like, the horse kind of whinnies a bit, and he kind of backs up a couple feet. His mouth kind of goes agape, and he immediately just turns and, like, starts booking it full speed back. Just...
Again, Owen sort of scowls after him, but he just keeps walking.
Yeah.
Like, I guess that's one way of doing it.
Ishri's sword is out.
Walker's got his big crossbow out now.
Well, if that's what we're here to do.
Guys, get to...
Might as well make a show of it.
Oh, and you would know where the mayor's house and the longhouse are. I assume you would want to go to the longhouse first?
I mean, like, again, he's obviously keeping an eye out for treachery, you know?
Yeah.
We're not just fucking walking in expecting them to leave without a fight. But yes, he will be seeking a place of leadership.
Okay. So looking throughout as you move, like, people are getting indoors. It seems like you heard something as you presumably a warning that people were arriving from the man on horseback.
Is it like in every Western movie ever where there's
Oh shit!
a showdown in the town and like you there's some shots of like some shutters shutting and like
Oh yeah, like you see people ducking into the
side by
alleys.
her mom comes and like scoops her up.
We're all walking side by side down the main thoroughfare.
We fucking all have leather dusters and we all just like put them over our guns at the same time.
Walker
Just read
Walker
Logan's
lowers
message.
his hat to cover his eyes a little bit to keep that hot sun out.
I just read Logan's message.
I know. Killed me.
I was like, what? Do you want me to do what?
Oh my god! I don't listen. I don't
Show them
remember
the
who-
power we will. Everyone dies.
Simon kills the town.
Show the power we have. He casts fireball on the party.
Oh. And then they're all just still standing there now, like scorched, smiling.
Take us to your leader.
Oh my god. I've been just fucking killing the whole town. Just show them the power. Oh, well, I guess there's no one left to show.
Oh god. That's funny.
So, you, as you make your way towards the longhouse, like, you've seen a couple more red band and various guards, like, also moving away. And,
Where are they going? Like, are they
ducking into
trying to get
alleys,
away?
going into houses, things like that, just avoiding you guys.
Fleeing.
Outside the longhouse, you... Mayor Horace Grondock.
It's a man I've met.
Yeah, you've probably met him in passing and interacted with him a few times. I doubt you know him well, but know of him. Horace Grondock. And, he is fucking... Shit, this guy's like 90, 95. This guy, like, the stories are this guy has, like, he has beaten death. He is older than death. Obviously not literally, but, like, this dude is... Yeah, this dude, like, it's a miracle that he can fucking walk. He's so old. He doesn't use a cane.
He's a national treasure.
Yeah, he's like those fucking... You know, like how every city has that tree that's like, you know, that tree is 600 years old and is considered a national landmark. He's that.
Does seem very garish.
He is that. He is old as sin. He's like got little thinning bits of hair, and that's it. His eyebrows are a bushy mess. He's got like he refuses to not grow a beard, but it's patchy and stark white. He is currently just sitting in a chair in front of the longhouse. Next to him, you see a man of maybe 50 or so. Fairly clean cut, kind of not jet black, but very dark black hair. Kind of just brushed back a little up with patches of gray on the side. Wearing a red band, wearing armor, like mail armor, not full plate by any means, but mailed armor and with chain under it. They are sitting. He's standing next to him, but like sitting down across from a table. So they're both like, you know, like a old couple that would sit on a porch like that.
Sure.
He kind of like sits down and like hands the man a cup, and then stands and moves forward a few feet. And on behalf of Mayor Grondock, I welcome you to Mordas Miter. I do not think this town needs any immediate liberation. If mages are intent on us leaving, we are more than willing to do so. That is what is wanted. Of the McDurkkin. He gives a deep, surprisingly respectful, very Lenorian, though, bow.
How far are we away?
Maybe 20 feet.
Walker is going to place a firm hand on Owen's shoulder and then whisper, "Let us be cordial until we are shown that we cannot be. If they do not intend to fight us, then let us not be hostile."
Owen sort of like his scowl has softened into more of a frown of curiosity, I guess. And he sort of gives like a half nod, and then he says, addressing, I guess, both of these men, what's going on here? Why doesn't Mordas Miter need liberating from the Red Band?
He walks closer. As he does, he unties his belt that has the sheath on it and just lets it fall, his hands up.
Walker will put his heavy crossbow on his back, so he is no longer wielding it.
His sword, still sheathed, falls to the ground, his hands up. You can see, like, he's wearing what look like leather gloves. You would presume chainmail under them as well. Not all the way to the fingers, but he is well armed and armored, but is not currently posing any threat, and he... Not liberating because we do not hold this with threat of death or invasion. We are here as guests of the mayor. Guests of the town, guests of the people.
Yet you wear the band of the invaders.
It is true. We came into this country unwillingly. But we stay of the accordance of the hospitality of the state. Not because we wish to continue to fight. At this point, he's maybe a couple feet away and holds a hand out to shake your hand. Eminent Sterling Aiken Seller.
Owen regards his hand, but before he goes to shake it, he looks past him to the mayor, and he says, you said his name is Horace, right? Horace.
Yes, Mayor Horace Grondock.
How would Owen address such a person? Would he just like, would he call him by his last name as like
Mayor Grondock?
Yeah, I mean, he's respected. He's like the town grandpa. Also spelling for that if you get. Oh,
Thank you. I was waiting.
Like he wouldn't just use his last name.
No,
He would say
like,
he would use his title as like a sign of respect.
Yeah, or just treat him like you would your grandpa. Like he's beloved. Everyone loves him. So you would know enough to know that he is a man that has never cared too much about being respected beyond like people listening to what he has to say.
So he'll look past the eminent and he'll say, "Is what he says true, Grondock?"
About 15 feet away, he gives a nod, and like, you know, he's got that old people, like so many wrinkles that like his eyes are barely even open when he smiles, and he just, it is. They've been good to us here. Especially after they all left to Borealis.
I'd like to see if he's like, if I can tell, you know, if there's anything off with Grondock, like if he's under magical compulsion or you know, they're holding the children hostage or something.
Blind insight, please. He seems genuine. I mean, he doesn't seem like he's being coerced. The general vibe, like, the amount of balls it would take for this to be a occupation and the man in charge dropping his weapon and going to shake your hand with no defenses beyond his armor. Like, there is a lot here that seems to speak to the truth of this.
So then Owen's going to kind of nod to the mayor and then take a step forward, and he'll grasp the eminent's like forearm in a more traditional garish handshake.
He's confused at first. He like goes to like pull his hand back, and you like grab at like his wrist. He like awkwardly does it.
If what the mayor says is true, and what you say is true, then we are well met. My name is Owen McDurk. These are my companions.
His eyebrows raise and his eyes go a bit wide at that. He then, like, narrows his eyes. I was told that the young Owen McDurk was killed in an attack in Boralis.
Huh. No.
Not before killing another one of the Eminent.
Just true.
When did you receive that information?
He pauses. Time right before last.
Hope you don't mind. We will have several questions for you.
Perhaps many.
By all means.
Was the information received by magical means, or did someone come to deliver the message?
One of these soul shriders warned us.
What exactly did they say?
That there was an attempt to take the binding held by His Eminence, and in the ensuing fight, both the son of the King Dirk, he kind of like seems confused about the cultural reference of what to call Owen, and the Eminent himself were both killed, along with many others.
That could prove useful to us.
It was only the Eminent and his men fell that day, but I suppose that doesn't really matter now. Here. Unless you don't believe who I am.
Kind of looks you up and down. I have no reason for you to lie, I imagine.
Just shrugs.
He's not nervous, but, like, there is definitely a sense of, like, him trying to be careful, almost, like, about what he says.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to piss me off, so I fucking murder him.
Yeah, like, it seems like they have at least some knowledge of...
I mean, it's a fair.
Yeah.
It's fair enough, because you almost just murdered a bunch of people trying to lead
doesn't know
to
that.
them for no...
Yeah, he doesn't know that.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but... Just saying.
How long do you intend on staying here, Eminent? I'm not saying that you should leave now, just that I'm sure you've considered what will happen once the Garish army reaches this town.
Well, I have heard that the King Lord McDurk, the Elder...
I think I'm fairly certain it's Lord. Then look to Owen.
Owen just sort of nods, mostly focused on what the Eminent's saying.
Is a reasonable man. And he gives a half smile at that.
Walker kind of frowns in a, like, ooh.
And would be more than willing to listen not to myself, but at least to the Lord Mayor here.
Rom exchanges a look with whoever is next to her, like...
Walker has that look right now.
Yeah, Sophia's also...
At this point, you hear the front door of the longhouse open again, and you see coming out of it a young woman, maybe mid to late 20s, wearing Soul Strider robes. Simon, you immediately recognize her as one of your classmates.
Walker reaches for his gun. Crossbow.
You remember her name was Ada? You didn't interact with her a lot? But, like, she was roughly the same age as you. And she comes out and just, like, very casually just, like, waves at the mayor, waves at
Like real quick.
Yep.
We all draw our weapons, right? Like as soon as we
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does she like react to that?
Simon would
Or
freeze.
she's trying to be casual about it?
She kind of like, as you're drawing your weapons, she pauses and looks up. She's got, you know, like silver black hair, very straight, very silky. A cut across her, across like the left side of her cheek, and very sharp features. And she just holds her hands up. What's the matter here?
Keep your hands where we can see them, Soul Strider. There is no active.
Now,
confrontation right
we
now.
need not fight. Is one of my allies. This is the Eminent.
Surely, Eminent, you have some idea of what these people are capable of.
I know exactly what they're capable of, which is why I'm very happy to have one here.
I'm afraid I must insist. Soul Strider, keep your hands where we can see them.
Very
Begging your
well.
pardon, but we've run across more than a few that haven't been friendly.
I mean, we've got no reason so far to believe that they're going to be harming us in any way. Why would the Soul Strider be any different?
Magic.
It's a matter of potential to cause harm, Sophia.
Magic doesn't inherently change you as a person, Owen.
It does make you more capable of causing mass harm.
Steps a few feet forward, coming down from the porch.
Does she have her hands where we can see them?
She is still holding her hands up.
Good.
She looks a little annoyed about it. Like, just passively, like, you know, do I have to type of thing. She's... Given where you are and the fact that you're in the middle of an occupied territory in a war, the fact that she is wearing heels and what look like silk gloves and full Soul Strider robes and her hair is perfectly clean.
I hate it.
She is very put together right now. It's a little uncanny. She definitely sticks out, even compared to the other people in the town. All right. May I... Business to attend to.
What business?
Tempting to help someone fish today. I'm going to go out onto Loch Mordas. But if that is inconvenient for you, there's something you need assistance with, I'm more than willing. And she kind of at this point turns and she puts a hand on the Eminent's shoulder and says, Owen McDurk, the son of the king here. Lord, apologize. And his retinue of mages. Oh, the ones that took Borealis. He kind of like turns towards Owen. You were supposed to have died. She kind of looks him up and down, looks at the rest of you. Impressive.
Is it possible for you not to let anyone else know that we've not died? Outside of this place, outside of Mordas Miters at the very least?
She just shrugs. Who would I be telling?
Sophia shrugs.
Anyone within Virat.
No allegiance to any of the people in Virat.
And would you swear that?
What would that even change, Walker?
If she's loyal to them, then she may alert them that Owen survived.
I agree. I'm asking what swearing would change.
Either way.
Damn it, Kim! You hit me!
Either way.
Swearing would mean to make an insight check, Timothy!
Kim bringing that real world logic into D&D here.
Fucking bitch! Oh, I hate you.
I mean, listen. A lot of people like aren't assholes, right? And if they're not assholes, they shouldn't have any problem promising that they're true to their word.
Promising that they're not assholes.
Thing. Yeah. I don't think that's unreasonable.
Can
just kind of like
her general, like when she said, "Who would I tell?" and all that.
Yeah, go ahead. Give me a blind insight check on that. See what her general vibe is.
Oh.
I'd like to vibe check.
Yeah, essentially, I'm vibe checking.
Smack her. Just fucking smack her.
Phone circle up there in case we need it later.
Stop it!
I hate you.
Did we get her name? Did you introduce herself?
She did not.
Okay.
Only Simon knows
Yeah,
her first name.
Simon does not say anything about it.
And Simon,
Is
Simon
Simon
does
still
not. Simon
like
does not wanna-
frozen? Like
Simon's
okay
kind of
now?
like Simon's normal. He just is not gonna speak up in
Sophia,
front of the Soul Strider.
the vibe check that you're getting is what seems to be a combination of mild annoyance and genuine shock at the implication that anyone would tell Virat anything.
Yeah.
Simply put, Sophia, whether or not she will lie, I will try to discern if she swears it. Am I the
Sophia
same logic as a
ignores
person?
Walker at this point because she's annoyed with him. She puts out her hand towards this woman. My name's Sophia, by the way. Who are you?
My name is Ada Blackwell. At your service, I suppose. And she shakes your hand and she does this deep curtsy as she does. Like coming up to you to shake your hand, she has a very long stride for someone that is probably no more than like an inch taller than you, Sophia.
Like 5'8"-ish.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
5'8",
Maybe the
5'7".
same
Okay.
height and in heels, but she does have
Yeah.
a fairly long stride.
I'll be known that Walker scowls intensely.
No, Sophia doesn't care.
No.
You don't need an insight for that.
Thanks, pal.
And at that point, you see as the Eminent, yes, we're not intent on interacting with Virat more than we have to keep these people safe.
Do they contact you very often then?
At this point, he comes in like a foot closer, like he's like, you know, if we're being technical, we are, and he full on air quotes, occupied. It keeps others from arriving, making things worse. Oh yes, they do contact us occasionally, and occasionally Miss Blackwell here is forced to go back to Virat or report things to Baralis, but
Well, then in that case, we have even more questions.
And
Is
do
there somewhere
people...
we can speak in sight,
by all means.
perhaps?
He heads over, and as he goes to open the door, you see as the Soul Strider, Ada, begins casting a spell.
Walker levels the crossbow at her. Stop.
I mean, oh. My apologies. And you saw as, like, the door started to open about 1/4 of an inch before.
It's just using gravitation to open a door.
If you use magic all the time, why wouldn't you?
At this point,
I'll only say this once, Soul Strider. We have gotten past 3 of your kind on our journey so far. Make one wrong move, and you'll be the 4th. We are willing to interact peacefully with you, but do not be mistaken. Do not mistake this for complacency.
she gives a half smile, her hands up once more, and she kind of like rolls her hands on her wrists a bit. And very well, it is just a force of habit, nothing more. Motions to the Eminent, who heads inside and holds the door and like waits for everyone else to head in.
Walker will be last to walk inside.
Sophia, when she walks past, quietly whispers, "Sorry about this."
Owen's also gonna like hang back a little bit, and he'll sort of whisper to Ishri, check for magic.
Yes. Ishri has not put her sword away at any point in time, and she's gonna just kind of check for magic off and on.
There is immediately magic emanating from the door.
What type?
As Sophia walks towards it.
Sophia's like already through it. It is abjuration.
Ishri is going to turn to the Soul Strider and say, "What is this magic on this door?"
It is so that I know when people.
Ishri shrugs and says, I suppose that makes sense. Oh, okay.
You will. What do you want?
Ishri goes in next, refusing to let anyone else go before her, so that if it does, do some damage, it does it to her.
You hear as you walk inside, coming from much further in, a slight jingle of a bell. As like everyone else starts, the Soul Strider, she backs up a couple feet, like a little nervous after Ishri with her big ass sword just walks in there.
I think Walker's gonna like kind of grab Simon, make sure he doesn't walk in next, and kind of lean in. Can you tell how powerful this girl is?
She went to school with me, Walker.
What does that mean?
I mean, from my knowledge, she's a Soul Strider. Like, I mean, they're powerful. I don't know what she can do. But I would treat her like any other one.
You can't tell me all Soul Striders are equal, can you? Try to gauge what her abilities would be.
Simon,
if you can glean anything from her demeanor, what she possesses, anything that would give us advantage if we have to come to blow, if we end up fighting.
What do I know about her, Ben?
Give me an intelligence check. Let's see how much you know about this person who... She was probably like she was there before you. She was definitely, like, you know that. Like, she was probably at least a couple years, air quotes, ahead of you. You probably interacted in passing, but she wasn't, like, a major part of your time at the cathedral. Yeah. She was... Okay, 14. You don't know the extent of, like, her expertise or anything. You were never, like, in, like, classes or training for certain spells or anything with her. But, she was, like, a top of her class. Like, fucking genius, pretty much. Like...
Yikes.
Simon would tell Walker that. She was top of the class.
Obviously... Soul Striders and wizards in general, the more they learn, the older they get, the more powerful they become. So, like, she's still not that old. She is definitely younger than 30, but yeah, she is a top of class type. Like, people knew how fucking smart she was.
Can you compare her to your abilities?
Well, it's likely definitely surpassed me.
Do you think we could take her if it came to that?
I'd rather not think about that right now, but I'm sure we could.
Walker will let go of Simon, and since I guess Owen's hanging back, Walker will be the next to step inside. Did the Eminent already go inside?
The Eminent did not. Like, he's holding the door for everyone. Like, there's a set of double doors right up the patio, and everyone's just kind of like walking. The mayor is starting to get up from his.
I was gonna say Owen was mostly waiting for Ishri, but like he will stoop to retrieve the Eminent's sword belt, and then he'll hurry to the mayor's side and offer like his arm to help him up.
He just begins like muttering, like he's muttering so almost incoherently. The only thing he gets, youth today think I can't do anything myself. I like shoos you away.
Oh, I love it.
Owen just kind of like smiles and, hovers behind him like a grandson.
Last thing you hear is all of these youths.
Youths! Oh, shit!
Ben, I appreciate that.
Hey, Ben, real quick. As I'm walking in, find traps, please. Thank you. I'm gonna use my primal awareness.
You begin focusing, looking around. seem like there's any traps.
This spell sucks. I don't know why I ever picked it. But hey, why not?
It's really useful, I think.
It is or it isn't.
But
hey, good to know.
wait a minute. Actually, purposes of the spell include.
It's alert.
There's a trap on the doorway.
Yeah, you would actually be able to sense the alarm spell. How about that?
Would I know that it's the thing she was referring to? It's a weird
You would
spell.
know there's an arcane something that you can just feel this. You can sense in the doorway as you walk through it.
But Ishri already pointed it out.
Yeah, but like you can sense it separately from.
Well, Walker will put that from his head if that's the only thing.
Be something. Here.
There's also a glyph of warding with exploding runes inside.
There is. No, there's nothing else.
Okay.
But yeah, with that already pointed out, you're like, yeah, there's that, but the mayor makes his way in. A very, like, his stride is not weak, but it is very curt and not like a long. He carries himself very well for 103.
Wait, I thought you said he was 93.
Something.
Yeah.
It changes every time. 113, 83. What's the difference?
Like nobody, like if everybody you ask, they all say a different age.
Yeah.
I mean, he's been around longer than anyone else, so I guess
He's
only
been
he
around as
knows.
long as Garland, so.
He never says. He just laughs if anybody asks him, and then everybody else just speculates.
I
No,
kinda
like
love it.
Owen, you would
pick a
know.
different number.
Owen, you would know that like it's all speculation because no one's exactly sure what he was born like the same time as Garland.
Love
I'm
that.
48.
Honestly, love that.
So he's just like fucking. There were no records when the country was being founded. No one fucking knows when this dude was born. He's just older than fucking dirt.
Rom will kind of like shrug a little and just follow along.
You follow along. Everyone making their way in. The last one in would be who's the last one in? I know Owen said he was waiting until everyone else was in, or was that Walker?
No, he'll follow
The mayor.
the mayor. Yeah.
Evian will be right behind Owen.
All right, so Walker, you
Walker
wait until.
was going to be, but then he saw Owen's waiting, so he went in.
All right, and then eventually you all make your way in. The door shuts behind you.
Did the Soul Shredder come with us?
Yeah.
Okay. Walker is keeping an eye on her.
Hopefully 2.
Oh, I guess Sin and Lily are also following behind. You know what? Walker will tell Sin to wait outside and keep an eye on things, make sure they're not going to surround the house or anything.
Okay.
It's a common tactic. They've done it before.
They have.
You guys.
Rom looks slightly more relaxed than like I guess maybe Walker or Owen or Ishri, but still not completely comfortable.
Evian
Probably
looks,
less relaxed than Sophia.
Evian looks
Yeah.
at ease, effectively. I mean,
Oh.
He's already defeated 2 of these fiends in-
exactly. I've already killed. I killed
Gosh,
2 of
why
these things
something
in
she's
one
getting grabbed
day,
with
so
a
I
pair
can
of
take
big
one.
man hands.
Exactly.
He just needs to find another cliff.
Yeah.
He'll be
Across the roof.
As he's about to walk through the door, he looks at the Soul Strider. He says, "Are there any cliffs around?"
Suplex her off the roof.
If we're being technical, I did not describe this, but the longhouse is on a slight ridge which overlooks the lock.
Oh,
There you go.
So-
man, you fucked up, man.
It's only like 15 feet, but that might be all you need.
Shove her head first into the lock. Fucking, what is it called?
Shove her head first into
Willy?
O.
A swirly?
Yeah,
That's a
swirly her to
toilet.
death.
Swirler.
That's what the control water's for.
There you go. Anyway, we all go inside and we I guess Walker's not sitting down. He's gonna be standing
The
against wall.
longhouse. It is a very horizontal building, and immediately upon coming in, you can see there is a set of double doors that open onto what looks like a small porch that overlooks the lock itself. And in front of it, there are two very long tables, and then two, so it's like a rectangle of. Like. In very horizontal. Yeah. You see as you watch as the mayor heads over and sits down on one of the tables on the far side. The Soul Strider, she goes and up a chair and just sits down and kind of like crosses her legs, just like impatiently like bouncing the leg that's on up and down. Even like the soles of her even like the bottoms of her very clean.
Even the bottoms of her shoe, she doesn't even step on the dirt. God, that's so fucking dumb.
I mean, if she has prestidigitation, it doesn't matter.
But like the bottom of your shoe.
Yeah, Walker's definitely gonna. Her eyes are gonna be on this girl
self
constantly.
Like even if it takes you like a second, right? That's a second of your day that you've spent doing that, or maybe more, depending. I don't know, man.
I mean, it could also be like after
your feet.
It could also be like after she gets home from the day. You know, she cleans everything off, and she was just about to like step outside for the day.
I guess.
Just theoretically.
Also, like that kind of magic
funny,
would
though.
become second nature after a while.
Pretty funny either way.
Oh, yeah. She just sits down at one of the chairs nearby and just kind of looks at you guys slightly impatient.
Sophia probably sit down like not far from her.
Walker would be standing, maybe leaning against the wall, the eyes constantly on the Soul Strider.
She just kind of looks at you, and after a moment, can I help you with something?
I think I've made my intentions clear.
She just blinks a couple of times, and then looks at the camera.
You can't do that. It's illegal.
It's called a crossbow, then.
The Eminent sits down across from you guys, a couple seats away from the mayor, and just... What exactly is it that we need to talk about right now?
I want to know how this happened. I want to know why you? Why here?
Well, the options are our inevitable death at the hands of a colossal army of garish berserkers, and Sun King knows what else. Yeah, rolls his eyes at that. Or we help these people and hope to be shown mercy. I went with the chance that might give me rival.
Do you keep the band what? So that the others will not ask questions.
He gives a nod. Be surprised how many have no loyalty to the Red Band. I wager anyone who did has already ended up in Borealis.
There was a group of deserters we encountered on the road last
Oh,
night.
yes, led by, He pauses for a second. What's his name? Lysander,
You know of them.
He gives a nod. Yes.
Just make sure this is the Eminent speaking, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm still not still trying to get used to him and the old man.
Oh yes, I do in fact. There were some people who, let's just say that they thought there was a chance that things would not go well. We would not be shown mercy, which I was more than willing to agree to, and they wished to go. So we gave them some supplies and let them go.
To be blunt, I do have my concerns for that as well. While Owen here might be willing to discuss things peacefully, I have not seen his father to be the same.
Owen kind of winces a little bit, and he says, "My father has a heavy hand when it comes to avenging the deaths of his people, the ravaging of his homeland."
He gives a nod. So I've heard. I think the chances are better in the court of reason than in the court of war.
Owen nods at that.
Walker also nods, but doesn't take his eyes off of the mage.
So all the red band has stayed here under the assumption that things would be resolved peacefully?
He gives a half shrug. Everyone has their own reasons for staying here, but they're still under my command. They still listen to my words and my orders. They are hoping that this is the best way out. I'm not going to say that all of them are saints. They don't believe in war, but we all believe that the best way to survive is to try to avoid it, not fight.
You would vouch for them.
He gives a nod.
What about her? And he went to the Soul Strider.
I have a name, you know. And she gives like a half smile. That's alright. I
Has she given it?
Has
she given it to us yet?
Yeah, Sophia introduced
Yeah.
herself and asked
Yeah.
her name.
Oh, right. Okay.
She just kind of like, not scowls, but like she just narrows her eyes and just like gives a little leer, and then I have no intention being a pawn in this. She moves her hands around her. I enjoyed my time learning, though that was not ever my choice. Never really got a chance to get out. Saw a chance to get out of the Soul Strider job, get out of operating for the crown, and I decided to take it. I'm not going to say it's as altruistic as... And she kind of like, doesn't roll her eyes, but gives that look of like the Eminent being a bit of a buzzkill. I'm not going to say it's as altruistic as that, but I wanted out and I found a way out.
If you speak truthfully, then I see no problem with your lack of altruism.
Why do you wear the cloak still?
Go back and forth. Until this war's over, I need to, you know, keep things on an even keel.
They have to keep up the facade if they don't want anybody else showing up.
Exactly.
Here's a question for you both. What are your plans long term? Let's say you live through all this. What do you do then?
You see, as the Eminent starts to speak, instead you just see this excited look from the Soul Strider. Hey, I want to see the world. I've spent the first 28 years of my life confined to libraries and books and boring towns and talking with seers and helping interrogations. It's just awful. I want to see the world. I want to hear about the beauty of the Dragonheart Isles. I want to go see these stories that they tell of the City of Angels, Brightfall. I want to see all of these crazy things that I've only ever read about.
If ever After all this, if ever you need somebody to help you out, accompany me with all that, you can try to contact me.
Claps her.
I am essentially from both Rifle and the Dragonheart Isles, so I can help you with both of those.
It's incredible. You see, sometimes a little bit of goodwill and serendipity goes along. And a chance to get out.
William thinks she's telling the truth at this point. Does Walker think that, Vin?
Blind insight.
I'm set the public 1 second.
I wish there was a way to like do that when you...
To always sit inside to be blind. That'd be a cool feature.
Yeah.
Or mod or something.
Yeah. I'll ask about that.
Ask around.
Or like at least like default it to something else depending on what you're rolling.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a Soul Strider, but like, at this point, what reason does she really, like, you can't get a read on her because she just seems so weirdly genuine, but like, what the fuck reason does she have to lie at this point?
So I guess Walker has to make a choice.
Sophia will also add, if we have time later, I'd be fascinated to hear about what you've learned as well.
She just kind of rolls her eyes and...
I can share my own experiences. I have a strange relationship with magic. She's just like briefly looks at her tattoos.
Wish mine was a little bit more interesting. At this point, she like lifts up like the left side of her Soul Strider cloak, and she begins. You see, as there's a slight glow as she begins producing what seems to be a spell book, seemingly from thin air. She just thumps it onto the table. It's a pretty fucking big book.
That is still impressive. I am limited, I suppose, by the amount of skin that can be tattooed. And as she says that, she would cast dancing lights, and there would be like one of her tattoos glowing.
I would. She motions as if she would, and then she motions towards Walker.
Sophia removes the dancing light.
I think Walker kind of like during the conversation keeps staring at her. You know, that classic Stony expression, but it softens. He puts down his crossbow, sheaths it. I think your words are genuine. I don't blame you for how you feel. I think I understand. Without another word, he'll go sit down at the table with the rest.
At this point, she gets a little more casual and like she leans back in the chair so that only the back two legs are on the ground and puts her feet crossing them up on the table.
Well, I suppose I hope if you will forgive us after what we've been through for being just like gestures to kind of the group.
I appreciate the level of candor you have given us. And the Eminent just kind of sits forward a bit. As for myself, I don't really know what's next. Loyalty was to staying alive at this point and helping others do the same.
What was it before? Were you sentenced to the Red Band, or were you hired on?
He kind of pauses and... Both.
We raise our collective eyebrows?
If you don't mind, I would ask what your crime was.
I was caught. He kind of like, almost like embarrassingly scratches the back of his head, and I was... You could tell like this is not a story he wants to really tell, and he then gets like this almost like half smile on his face. I was caught sneaking into the Ivory Garden. That's all.
Remind me then what that is? I know we've been over it.
The Ivory Garden is the super nice part of Starshore. Like, it's the rich people place.
I thought it
We're
was
fucking deviant grubs.
Yeah.
I remember. It was where the nice library was too.
Yeah. Yeah, the Library of Starshore is there, all that stuff. I was caught sneaking in there.
If it makes you feel any better, there's not much exciting in there.
Nonsense. My future wife was in there.
Never mind. There's at least one exciting thing in there.
Owen blushes.
And he gives this, like, you can tell, like, he's, like, really, like, he's trying to hide, like, a weird amount of pride right now.
Yeah, has an amused smile.
4 years in
Shame
the
you
Red
were-
Band.
Shame you were arrested for such a thing.
All right. Made me who I am, and beyond that, we waited for.
Walker Knight nods, finding the answer acceptable.
Sympathetic.
I imagine you intend to go back to her then.
He gives a nod. I have 3 children, and you can see he starts doing math in his head. Possibly a grandchild. Oh.
Walker nods. And I wish you luck in seeing them again.
Not luck that is going to help me at this point. Luck has taken me as far as it can. Gives a half smile at that. So, you were wanting to wrest this young Mordas Miter from the hands of the Red Band. Have you adequately done so?
Perhaps.
Walker looks to Owen.
I confess it gladdens me to know that there are men like you, women like you, who are among the Red Band and the Soul Striders. People who don't want to fight, who only want to go home.
Walker nods at that. I'd say a job well done.
Aye.
Certainly weren't expecting it to be easy.
There's a cursory moment, and then the Soul Strider Ada, she just... There are always interesting things you find in interesting... Though... This is... not the place I would ideally like to meet folk.
Ada, how many other Soul Striders are like you? Just wanting to escape it all.
He gives a bit of a shrug. It's not something I was openly talked about. See, most people, they're not given a choice. You're adept at magic, you'll end up some way serving the crown. But to say that you'd hate it, to risk that... Sun King does not wish to see... His court does not wish to see dissension so high in the rank. I would wager that no one enjoys it, but I'm sure there are sociopaths out there that have enjoyed the wanton murder. War.
Walker casts a glance at Simon.
What the fuck?
Don't tackle!
Simon loves murder.
You
got me.
It's not like Simon stands there.
That's all of his things.
It's not a great glance. It's more of like a, like curious, like looking, see how he's reacting to everything she's saying, etc., etc.
Some of them were just he's kind of still in shock. He's still nervous about everything going on. It's still probably just a blank face.
Walker is going to wait for her to move on from the topic of murderers before saying anything.
What?
Before saying anything, move on
Okay.
from the topic of murderers.
By the way, I would expect if there were others like me, they would never openly. Gives a half shrug and.
Onyx, don't you think it might be a good idea to speak regarding your troubles with her?
We all
You-
look at Simon.
You would note the mayor
Sophia
whispering.
was very confused.
You would all note the Eminent as Ada stopped talking. The Eminent did. The mayor whispered something to the Eminent, and he just like was trying to stop, like to stifle a laugh or chuckle for a moment.
Sophia's still looking to everybody like, what? Onyx? She doesn't say anything, but she's just looking from like one to the other.
Wait, I'm sorry. I missed about who? I'm sorry.
Walker called you Onyx. Sophia's looking with as confused as she
No,
possibly
I'm
could.
not talking about you.
After she said something along the lines of there are people who don't want to give blood in their. What is it she said at the end then?
I'm sorry. What she said at the end of.
What was the last thing she said? Something along the lines of there are those fighters who don't want to be fighters, something like that.
There are probably those who don't want to be, but they would never openly speak of it. That part?
Yeah, at that Walker said, Onyx, looking at Simon, don't you think you should discuss your, issues with her? Your particular issues.
Mine, I mean...
If not, then that's your choice.
I don't know what to say, Walker. No.
Has she given any sign that she recognizes him at all?
No.
Oh shit!
Did Simon respond?
I just said no. He said no. I said I'm not talking about this shit right now. See, I don't want to start a whole thing.
Yeah, Mitchell.
I forget if it was the mayor or the Eminent.
The mayor whispered to the Eminent.
I can read lips.
Oh, what he said was, "If there's more like you, that's a heaven I'd like to see."
Oh man.
Wait, hold on a second. Has the mayor been romancing the Eminent? Like,
No. That was after yeah.
Oh, they're talking about. Oh, got it. Okay, I got it. What a prick, dude!
Evian also stifles.
Oh
God.
That's good.
Walker would respond. Just grunt. Nothing else.
He says,
Owen will just pat.
Did anybody else hear it?
No,
It's just-
No, he
I
can read
his
lips.
Yeah, but only Evian knows the lips.
Yeah.
Okay.
Owen will
do I
just
do?
pat Simon on the shoulder. Just as a like, it's okay, buddy. And he'll turn to the back to the Eminent and the Soul Strider, and he'll say, "Tell me about Varat."
Well, what I can tell, it's off. Feels like the Scourge of Petrica is just growing. It's getting worse. Poor Veer, that he speaks of family, how everyone there is his family, and they're all tranced by it. They all believe in him, absolutely. Anyone there I would imagine, die for it. Downright creepy, isn't it? Ada? And she just gives this nod. Honestly, I'm ready to say that I would rather be put to death than worry about going back there again and having to deal with it.
Ada, are those affected by that? Is it magic?
She purses her lips and then shakes her head. He's not magical. Well,
At all?
he is. That's not how he controls them. It's promises of safety and deliverance from... Makes of promises he could never give. Unless he's more than whatever he is.
Walker is going to meet Owen's eyes until he sees that Owen is looking his way, and then say, Ada, there is something I would ask you regarding something another Soul Strider had said to us. He's going to wait to see if Owen, stops him.
Owen will just give him a slow nod and then wait to see what Ada said.
There was a Soul Strider who is currently deceased, who had followed the orders of the man you speak of, the monster you speak of. He seemed to have some thought in his head that his soul would be taken if he were to disobey.
She gives this cursory nod and heard much the same, but I am not disobeying. I am here working under His Eminence bidding. And if that bastard wants my soul, he can come and try and take it.
So you have no fears for yourself in that
Oh, I
regard?
have fears, but I am not about to let them control me or guide my life for a moment longer.
Do you think he's capable of it?
I don't know what he's capable of. Some sort of vampire the likes of which I've never seen, or read about, or
A vampire.
tried to understand.
Have you read about any kind of vampire?
I mean, yes, it's basic reading of dangerous types of creatures within the cathedral's training. Being able to understand these possible dangers.
Quick glance towards
we just all fucking glance. We side-eye Simon.
We all look
I
at Onyx.
swear we've had a discussion about vampires, and I've rolled for it before. That's
Yeah.
why I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay, you're right. You're right.
So, fuck you guys.
The characters don't care.
I know.
The characters just know. Wait, what? This is basic.
Simon's just gonna. Simon like, hey, I didn't read about that in school.
Did you say that just
Make it
now?
That far in Soul Strider class.
Yeah. You know what? Yeah.
He probably
yeah,
dropped out before that. It's fine.
I didn't. No, fuck. I don't want. No.
She does raise an eyebrow as you guys all look to Simon.
I think Simon would put his hands up or something, or at least go, wait. Like,
Walker's going to try to move us past this so to ease suspicion on Simon.
We've been trying to get as much. Sophia also helps. We've been trying to get knowledge on them, and it's not been easy here.
You said he wasn't typical?
What is typical?
Well,
Kind.
typical is, fear of the sun, or at least a discomfort from it, which he didn't seem to have. Expectation of avoiding...
Walker glances at Sophia at the sun thing.
Expectation of avoiding... running water? Though, even that, books we have are not... She shakes her head. Sometimes it's something as simple as they can't cross a river, then they can't go in it, but a bridge is fine. You never really know what is accurate, and something like this, they're supposed to have a bestial side to them, something they can't really control, but he didn't seem to have that, from what I've observed. Seems completely in control.
Have you ever actually seen a vampire?
She shakes her head. No, but after, well, Corvair. Gives a half smile at that. Other than him, no? Shakes her head again and just...
Did he ever speak, or have you ever heard of... And she kind of looks around for a second, and then... The Shadow
Walker will nod to her.
And narrows her eyes. Shadowfell, you mean the plane of shadow, the one of death, decay?
Hell, yes, yes.
She gives a little smile. I don't know if I would go quite that far.
Ishri gives her a big smile in response.
She doesn't know.
I mean, Ishri still doesn't. Did Ishri disguise self before all this?
No.
Well, big
Ishri
chat in
looks
this
like
one.
I would wager he has mentioned a home. Seemed accurate to that?
We believe that is where he is from.
Gives a nod.
That he is more dangerous than even you have been able to discern.
This is what I have heard. He and his master, who lies
master?
there. He gives a nod. He has
Give a name to this
spoken
master.
briefly that he is a right hand. He is a right hand to something much great.
Ram frowns.
That's great.
Here to light the way.
Did he mention the name of his master?
She kind of like... You can see like she's like racking her brain, like it's something that she doesn't want to remember. And she furrows her brow again and... There will come a day when... See clearly, blood of my blood, daughters, will see the time, and Nariho will make themselves known.
What?
Ishri was more than she already was. What did you say?
Nariho will make themselves known.
You're confident this is the master he spoke of.
Very briefly, and never in major company, just to convince, you know, village leaders, each given community, that sort of thing. A group of farmers here, there, manipulating them, making them feel that they're better because they're in an inner circle.
He was probably just using the name of Nariho to gain leverage. Yes. Yes.
Be careful what you say.
She looks at you very curiously. What do you mean? Gain leverage?
To manipulate people. Yes, that's it. Yes.
Curious. Kind of raises an eyebrow in confusion, and at this point taking her feet off the table and kind of sitting up. There is a separate conversation currently going on between the Eminent and the Mayor on the other side of the hall. Why would you say that?
Are you familiar with that name, Nariho? Have you ever heard it elsewhere?
No? Ever read about it, really?
How much do you know about the plane of shadow?
Not much more than what's been stated. But I've read. Negative energy. Death, undeath. It is called that because it lives in the shadows of the mortal realm. Is that not right?
We all nod knowingly.
Sophia doesn't.
Ishri has kind of like snapped her fingers and is just like aggressively petting Lily and trying to. She looks really pale still.
She always?
Paler than usual.
What about, where did he come from?
You mean... Corvair?
Aye.
She pauses. He appeared. And when we had taken Varad, he appeared. Began arguing about the best way to deal with things, the best way to do anything. And quickly learn people. Don't know where he came from. But he also holds one of the bindings that were brought over.
God damn it.
How did he get it?
Do you know what it is?
Also,
Suppose you would have seen this question coming. We would like to know about that binding, if you know anything of it.
I thought all the bindings were being held by the Red Band. Here in Garland, anyway. How did he get it?
Convincing people to trust him. Get to him. Yes. She pauses. He has control, but not in possession.
What does that mean?
She pauses and he thinks, considers her words very carefully, and then it is a silvered lantern, sorts, with an ever-burning flame. I do not know what it does. That was far above me. That was for the High Seer and others within the courts to find out. He does not have it in his possession.
Do you know
There
who
is
does?
another within
Oh, no.
Varad.
No!
Who?
Room he cannot access through arcane. Any.
Walker sits up straighter.
Owen's knuckles grow white as he clenches his fists.
A young girl that apparently the antithesis of everything. This Corvair has the power to resist his magics with her own.
What do you know of this girl? And where she is located?
In a room on the 3rd floor of the keep. Penetrable by any arcane means anyone has had so far.
Is it guarded at all times? I had to imagine it is.
There are people there, but there's nothing that can be done. I've tried on his behest. It cannot be dispelled. It is more than my capabilities, more than anyone who has.
Has he issued any orders in regards to Owen here?
What I've heard.
Was there any information shared besides his alleged death the other day?
The connections between Marat and the Red Band are tenuous at best. It is more an alliance of convenience and requirement than one of Not much gets shared back and forth anymore.
I think that's everything I have for now. For questions. Walker says, looking around towards the others.
Did you speak to her? Girl.
Shakes her head. No?
Does anyone?
No one has been able to get in there in a long time. There was a time when they could, but she was protected. And what they might, she would not let go. That binding. Then the room she was in was protected, and there's something powerful at work, Marat. And I don't intend to be there when it comes to a head. I don't intend to be there when another Petrica happens. I don't intend to be there when another scourge claims thousands of lives.
Well, Ada, I'm going to say this once then. I'd recommend not returning there, as if things are coming to a head, they will very soon.
Gives a nod. I don't intend to unless I have to.
Walker once again looks to the group to see if there's any other questions.
You have given us much to think about.
There was a... Sorry, Nick, go ahead.
Been kind. In a time where kindness is not so common.
We did have one ulterior motive to coming here. We need a safe place to rest.
Aye.
At this point, the Eminent, well, by all means, kind of like just Great Stag Pub House and Inn at your service. Just make yourself scarce in the event that we have unwanted, so that we would need not explain your existence.
Walker nods. We appreciate your cooperation, Your Eminence. Soul Strider. And, Mayor.
He just... Oh, what has happened? He just begins, like, talking out loud to himself. And almost, like, bickering with himself. Oh, if anyone could understand what this young McDurk has become. Chance. Possible chance. You're all welcome here in Mordas Miter. Just kind of gives a smile through nearly invisible eyes and bushy eyebrows.
As Sophia leaves, she would look back towards the Soul Strider. If ever you'd like some company later, or anybody to chat with, just let me know. And she'll wink and walk out behind
Oh no!
My.
She'll have to get in line behind old Gramps there.
Nice.
Listen, I know who I'd bet on. That's all I'm saying.
You're right.
Foxy Grandpa.
Oh, no.
I didn't like that sentence.
So, are you guys doing?
Assuming we're going to the inn.
I think Walker's gonna, before following it, he's gonna walk past like the tables towards the other side, looking over the lake, and just kind of stare at it for a minute or so before catching up.
Owen's sort of walking, like as he exits the longhouse, he's kind of walking like sort of in like disbelief as to what just happened and the information that we just learned. He's not like, he's not in a hurry or anything. His steps are kind of slow and hesitant.
Ishri is definitely not focused on anything. It just looks like she's thinking intensely. Like she's following along, but...
As soon as we leave the house, Simon just has one big shiver. Follows along with the group.
Simon, Ishri, are you all right? I mean, maybe that's the wrong question. Is there anything we can help with?
I mean, I don't know about Simon. I'm just a little, put off by the fact that the first person who knows the name of my god is a vampire? It's a little, off-putting. There must be something strange going on. Beyond, the usual. There must be, yes. There must be.
Of course.
And I'm fine, Owen. There's just a lot of bad memories.
Ishri, is it possible your god doesn't want to live in the shadows of the mortal realm anymore?
I think it's this point that Walker catches up to the others.
I mean, I suppose, but I don't know. The association with Corvair is strange. I suppose maybe Corvair came from the Citadel at some point and brought with him his belief in Nariho, and it must have been, I don't know, twisted on this side somehow. Yes.
I mean,
You're referring
could be
to
possible.
what she said about Nariho and the vampire,
yes.
right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you an uncomfortable question, Ishri. You ever heard the word indoctrination?
Probably.
The way things work in Lenore, the Sun King is almost a god himself, with Solara being actual god. People believe their entire lives that he is the one true god of this world. But that's only really people in Lenore. Religion's a weird thing, Ishri. A lot of people will be extremely certain that theirs is the right one. And a lot of people in power will use their religion to keep order. That's what happens in Lenore.
I see. So you're saying that Corvair is abusing belief in Nariho to instill power on others?
It could be.
That is horrible.
Ishri, you do remember what Kate told us when she cast her Legend Lore spell? What she said Corvair was?
It could also be, Ishri, that the true nature of your god is different than what you imagined, or your people imagined.
In that case, though, why would he still be giving Ishri powers to fight against this?
Far as I can tell, Ishri hasn't done anything to stop.
Is it really a gift, or is it the power that Ishri possessed to begin with?
I mean, I've received many gifts from Nariho. I mean, there's an entire city that is under his protection. It is not just some nebulous thing, some I don't know, unknown creature. Yes, he may not be the most godlike, but I've certainly received power from him and his blessings.
Well, if I was a powerful being and I wanted people to do things for me, giving them magical powers might be a good first step to getting that done. I'm not saying that this is the case, Ishri, just a possibility. It's something to consider.
I suppose, but it is also a possibility entirely that he is just a twisted, corrupted version, or he is abusing the name of Nariho.
What use would we have of using the name Nariho in a place that no one knows of it?
I mean, what use is there to use? I mean, I guess he could have used any name. Maybe he just picked one that he knew was real.
It seems like if he was trying to use it to manipulate people, he would have used a local name rather than one from the Shadowfell.
Yes, but now no one can prove him wrong, because he's the only one who knows the name. And I suppose, me.
Well, let's just keep in mind two things. She told us his words were that he was the right hand of Nrio. And what did Kate tell us?
She said that he... Let me just consult my notes so we... Sure.
He said Nethys, not Nariho. Or she said Nethys, not Nariho.
But what was the term she used?
She said, living within Inkaris, the fifth binding, a prison for the right hand of Nathir, prison for the most trusted servants of a god.
She used the exact same term, using her magic to find it. This could mean there's a relation between Nathir and Nrio. But again, this is all speculation. Something to consider, but without any way to prove it one way or the other, there's nothing we can do about it. Maybe just keep in mind what you want to do with that information once you return home, Ishri.
I already know. I have a lot of, I suppose, researching and to do. I will keep it in mind, yes, but please realize that Nariho has only done good for me. And by my people. And whatever problems that I encountered when I was at the Citadel were not from him. They're from the people who had twisted his teachings and twisted what he had intended to be.
Once again, Ishri, I get what you're saying, but there are a lot of people in the North have said the same thing about the Sun King or even Solara himself. Again, not trying to change your opinion on anything here, just it's things to keep in mind.
Certainly you are owed answers. Perhaps we can help you find.
I would appreciate that. Please, though, don't let your opinion of my god be tainted by a crazed man who may follow him.
When I met you, Ishri, I had very little idea of how magic worked in general. This information isn't going to change my view on your magic. It's been nothing but helpful to us so far. As far as your god goes, as far as I see it, it's simply an aspect of you.
And besides, Karad used to want to kill Walker, and look how that turned out.
Yeah, I mean, here he is.
Well, last I remember it was your sister who was trying to kill me, Owen.
Owen just kind of shrugs.
Well, what do I know about gods anyway? You're the one who's standing in front of me. You're the one who's important.
Sophia nods. On a very unrelated note, what is Onyx?
When I first met Onyx in the woods outside of Dunrock, Simon that is, he went by Onyx because he had a bounty on his head. So he was using a fake
met
name.
him there. Not
Oh,
just
Rom was also there, but no one else was at that time.
Simon Nazareth.
He was so worried about that bounty that when I approached them, he kicked over his bowl of soup and hid behind Rom.
Both of you.
we were real close friends at one time, weren't we? She just sort of like smirks a little.
We're better friends now, Rom.
Was that the first day you two knew each other?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
I mean, listen, I was good friends with Rom as well the first day I met her.
So anyway, long story short, pseudonym he used back in Lenore. I think he said it was also the name of his grandfather or something.
Yes.
And his bird now.
And his owl.
Since I'm not using
now?
it went to Onyx. Well,
Is he an owl again? He was a pigeon.
I called you that earlier because I didn't want to call you out in front of someone who might have known you. You mentioned she was a fellow student.
yes.
Peer?
I don't think she would have recognized me, though. It was more of a star in passing.
Well, it was a matter of better be safe than sorry.
I guess now we have
I
to
agree.
continue calling you Onyx.
I mean,
Unless he decides to talk to her. I think you should.
You might find you have something in common.
Where else are you going to meet a soul strider who wants nothing to do with the Lenorian crown? She seemed genuine.
you're right.
I don't think this is an opportunity you can afford to miss if you ever want to make headway in your, I don't know what to call it. You know what I mean.
Well, she seemed. I mean, I don't know much about your kind of magic, but she seemed quite powerful. Perhaps she can help you with Jade. You might know something.
I was thinking the same. I will talk to her.
Only thing I'd advise is just to be careful what you reveal regarding our mission and your possessions.
That's also why I don't want to talk to her at the same time. I don't want the whole Owen situation happening.
A win situation?
There was Soul Strider that looked into.
Take someone with you then. Myself,
Nothing.
Owen, Evian. Someone to keep an eye on any shady business.
I mean,
She
I can
looks like-
detect thoughts back.
Maybe take Ishiri since she can see magic.
That's also a good point.
That won't be for tonight. Tomorrow.
Of course.
What we need tonight is
Speaking
some
of,
soft beds, hot
Walker-
food.
Hopefully a bath.
Walker looks up at the
That would be
sun.
We all get nervous at the
We all-
mention of that. More reason than one.
Evian
Walker-
shudders.
Walker looks at the sky, comments, "Maybe let's do this one at a time this time."
The bath?
Everyone else stands with their
Or,
weapons around
hear
the
me
bath,
out. Hear
keeping
me
their
out.
eyes peeled.
Oh my god.
Van, what time is it?
It's early afternoon, like 1, 2-ish.
We still got some time before the car is expected.
Walker, we could all go together and I could be the first man to take out 3 Soul Striders.
Well, Walker kind of like chuffs, or whatever the fuck the term is. Well, if you want to do that, well, we know where one is.
Only
And he kind of claps Simon on the back, and then he's number 5.
So just freezes for a second and then laughs.
I feel like your score is good enough for now.
Didn't he flunk out of Soul Strider school? He doesn't count.
Hey,
I
I didn't flunk. I didn't flunk. Thank you very much.
Call it
4.5?
Call it 4.5.
Yeah, 4.5.
All right, that is acceptable.
I don't know. I've seen him in action. 4 1/3.
3/4.
Ugh.
God, I'm tired.
Even looks at Walker scared of the fact that he just said he was tired.
At 2 p.m.
What the fuck?
He didn't sleep last night.
Yeah, you did.
We continue to the end. Hang on, there
Yep.
actually was something I was gonna say. Rom should contact someone. I can't remember who it is now. Oh,
I mean, there's so many people I want.
still on the way. Walker would say, Rom, if you still have the ability to, why don't you let Massey know about the town and what's going on here? Might be a safe haven if he's able to get in and out on his own with Fitzroy. So,
I say, Nick, if you want to burn some sendings, now is the optimal time to do it.
Oh, you right, actually.
Yeah.
All right. So while you guys figure out what the plan is for the rest of the day, we're gonna go ahead and take our last break of the night.
And fast.
Oh my god, that's the worst
They better have
conversation we've ever
unlimited
come back
chicken
to.
tenders here.
I hate that
You know,
that's
I'm-
one of the most involved I've ever been in a conversation. I have
Listen, you can
stakes in
choose
that
that.
shit, man.
Alright, so you guys make your way down the ridge and to the northern portion of Mordas Miter, where there is a small path out of town leading to the Great Stag Pub House and Inn. It is styled like a large hunter's cabin with a very wide open floor plan. Few trees around. It's not in a forest by any means, but there are enough trees that add some ambiance to it. And upon heading inside, you see
hang on, there was something I wanted to broach on the way there.
Okay.
Did Rom do the sending for Walker?
Oh fuck. What the fuck is his name? It just went right out of my
Darren
head.
Massey. Walker called him
Yeah.
Massey.
Rom has a sending for Massey. How should I word? Fuck! I should have done this during the break.
Yeah, you
While
had
you're doing
15
that,
minutes.
The other thing I was going to say is, Owen, what are the chances your father's going to let this town remain as is? What are the chances that every Red Band member in this town is going to be put to death?
One looks around at the relative peace that we are seeing, and he kind of looks back towards the lodge and scratches mouth, and then he sort of half shrugs. I'm not sure. I think if people can be made to see what they have done for Mordas Miter, they will be welcomed as perhaps not heroes, but they will be welcome in Garland. We do not forget the grievances that we have suffered at the hands of the Red Band, but we also do not forget the people that have helped us survive. And that is what they have done. They have helped the citizens of Mordas Miter survive.
Well, I hope they're able to see that and not just the bands that are on their arms. If I were in your position, I would take action to prevent their slaughter.
I had already thought of it, but I expect as soon as they get the chance, they will cast off the bans.
Wouldn't other towns do the same?
What do you mean?
Anywhere else where red bands stay, I feel like they would also cast off their arms once they realize that they've lost.
Aye,
Do you really think that your people are going to give up at that point and not search for stragglers, those who remained?
Perhaps. But, like I said, guards do not forget. The people of Mordas Miter, they will not forget what has been done for them. And I expect, if they wish, that anyone will be welcome to stay. And who is going to go against an entire town? I suspect even my father respects the word of the mayor here.
Well, I'll take your word for it.
I'll do what I can for them.
Walker has nothing else to comment.
All right. Right. To Massey. If y'all ever need place to shelter, Mordas Miter seems to be safe for red bands who are sort of deserting. You'll see what I mean if you go there. Like I said, it seems safe.
After a brief pause, get back from Massey. Thank you. Thank you for looking out. But I need to get to Virat. Should be there in a couple days. Hope you're all safe.
He said he'd probably get to Virat in a couple of days, but he hopes we're all safe. You know.
Walker nods, not really having anything to comment on that. I didn't really expect his condition to change in such a short time.
That you guys arrive at the Stag Pub House and Inn. The Hunter's Cabin style open floor plan. There is what seems to be a giant stuffed stag outside of it. It is
outside.
Yeah.
Boy.
It is
taxidermy outside.
Yes. It has been here for... It's been here for as long as you've known, Owen. Who knows how long it's actually been here.
Magic.
It's been here for a while. There's a faded piece of parchment on it, guiding people to a house if they want a painting done with the stag.
Oh my gosh.
God, I wish I was playing character would want to do that. Ah!
Sophia just kind of stares at it for a minute and then looks back to the rest of the group. How long do you
think we have time for that?
How long do you think that would last?
I don't know. I don't paint.
Maybe we should ask.
Walker walks inside.
Then she turns to Owen. Wouldn't you want a painting of the Shynwatch with the stag?
He kind of chuckles and he
perhaps another member.
Yes.
I'm not sure. I think hot food and soft bed would be preferable, at least for me, for now.
I mean, I'm not saying tonight.
She
Someday,
just
maybe.
smiles and then walks in to the end.
Oh.
Did Simon stay with the group there, or did he also walk in?
Simon would have walked in.
Walker would have caught him as he came in. You're carrying the purse. Make sure you keep track of the expenses.
Yeah, of course.
And Sophia just kind of looks. I mean, I can also pay for some of the stuff, maybe.
Well, if you wish to make any contributions to our treasury, you can bring it up with Simon, and he'll track whatever you give.
She just walks. She just looks at Simon and hands him 7 platinum.
Walker's jaw drops a little bit,
That was
but
a 50
he tries to recover very quickly.
7.
Bring it to
That's 50% more. Let's go.
Sophia is fucking bankrolling this war herself now.
I mean, Rom used to do that in Lenore.
Yeah,
Not the first time
That's
this has
true, but
happened.
this was
Yeah, but this was actual money and not be like, put it on mommy's tab.
yeah.
I
Kim,
mean,
I don't think
It's the
Sophia,
DHA tab, but
Yeah.
you know.
Kim, I
Thank
don't
you,
think
Sophia.
Sophia's
This
ever
should-
seen Walker surprised.
Sophia just
Well, I mean, with your feet, you can't be surprised.
she
Are you
looks
really
and
surprised?
raises an eyebrow at Walker for a second, and then just like looks amused, and then just doesn't say anything and moves on.
Walker kind of like
woman
clears his
after my
throat
own
and
heart.
pretends nothing happened.
as you guys come in, there's a man behind the bar. There's only a couple of people in here. One wearing a red band, currently sitting at a table with what looks like a farmer who was probably working all morning. It was a mess. The woman in the red band is currently, they seem like they're arguing over alcohol, but they are doing so, like, the red band's woman is only speaking Lenorian, and the other one is only speaking Garish.
That's hilarious.
And they're seemingly arguing about alcohol. That's the only consistent thing you are getting from their conversation.
Sophia,
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, after giving the money to Simon and raising her eyebrow amused at Walker, Sophia would pat Simon on the shoulder and just say, "Make sure to tip the people well. I mean, it'll make them a bit more amicable towards us for a stay, since we are a lot of very boisterous people." She looks back towards the large group that we are walking in.
I feel
I
called
think
out.
Simon would pull out his book once given the money and write a transaction in there.
God, Simon the accountant.
Does Simon fucking hand her a receipt too? Like,
She can give that to the
No.
DHA later on.
Simon would ask Sophia just to sign, like, yes, it was given to him.
Love that.
Raises an eyebrow again, but this more like incredulous, like, what?
Does she sign it or no?
Yeah, and while she's doing it, she looks around on the sheet of paper, making sure she's not signing away her soul.
No, that's the other form. No.
That's
the
what
one
Evian
that Evian
signs.
signed.
Walker glances at the arguing people, and he's gonna listen in on their argument while waiting for the rooms to be done.
You see the barkeep behind the bar staring at you guys with a mixture of confusion and surprise as you come in here handing each other money, having each other sign shit and bickering.
Wait, now he watches some lady with tattoos hand a scrawny dude 7 platinum.
7 big ones.
How
She's a sugar
confused
mama.
is he?
Aren't we all?
And then, in Garish, he just kind of like, almost confused and a bit nervous at first. Welcome to the... welcome to the stag. What,
We'll be taking your 7 best rooms, please.
not... Oh, okay. Not Not often that we see visitors these days. Have you spoken with the Eminent and the Mayor?
Yes.
We have.
Aye.
You're okay. All
Pause
right.
for the room. Simon
no problem,
comes from the back.
I can assure you there are no issues.
Do you have any access to a bath as well?
It's cold water, but we have a bath.
I do.
Can't the mage just make it warm?
I'm pretty sure she can with precipitate, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, for sure you can.
Either way, at this point, he kind of like comes to himself and look at the stag. You need 7 rooms. Think I can do that for you. Who haven't seen people that aren't, you know, a red band went through in a while. What do we owe the pleasure?
He's call us guests of the Eminent for now.
The Eminent and the Mayor.
Yeah.
At this point, you hear like the door open behind you pretty quickly, and you see a gentleman in red band garb with armor come in and in Lenorian, and then he kind of pauses as he starts to talk, and then switches to Garish. The big man said to take good care of the intruders of other people.
Sophia
you
just
guys
corrects
are,
us.
he just kind of like
Visitors
points to you guys.
In Lenorian, she'll say, what you would say to refer to us as visitors is, and then she says visitors in Garish.
He gives a nod. She said, yes, on behalf of the... And he just gives a quick bow and, like, looking at you guys nervously. Presumably one of the people who saw you at the beginning casting magic and being big dick threats. And quickly, my apologies, and heads out. Alright, well,
Did that make sense?
he gives
Walker
a
said-
nod. It made enough that I've come to understand. Short time together, so yeah. No need for coin. Coin's not really valuable right now.
Well, if you need any help with anything, feel free to let us know then.
Got a
He,
few experienced carpenters along.
What was that, Nick?
We've got a few experienced carpenters along.
Well, he just kind of shakes his head. That's all right, but I'll put a note out for the town. Them all know. If anyone needs a carpenter, if that's all right.
Hawker nods, not seeing any immediate issue.
I'm a doctor as well, if anyone needs any help.
Most of the injured are tended to by the Soul Strider. Not a lot in the way of manual injury happens around these parts.
Well, just in case.
Appreciate the offer.
Is this town mainly a farming one?
Kind of motions in a vaguely southeastern direction, mostly that and fishing. Fishing's a big one. There's damn good at that too.
What's there to catch around here?
He pauses and just salmon, biggest damned salmon this side of the Dragon Heart.
Maybe I'll have to come back and visit sometime.
Bit of a knot.
Does anyone know if this place is like famous for anything? Wait. Do they make bread balls here?
I mean, under normal circumstances, they probably would. But given the fact that, like, a lot of food is probably being shipped out to Virat and Borealis.
Yeah.
Sad. Very sad.
We could offer him extra for it. Maybe you'll get something, Nick.
I mean, to be fair, bread bowls probably wouldn't take that much. It's just like, bread doesn't take much yeast, flour, and water. And
I'm
then
referring to a specific thing, though.
I know, but like he could just make any old soup with whatever leftovers they have, and then bread itself is not hard to make.
It would probably be a like fishy soup bread bowl because of the amount of fish they produce here.
Like, but like, are they famous for like smoked salmon or like?
I mean,
I don't.
This is the place for salmon. That's the big thing. Like,
Ben, did you have salmon in mind, or did you just immediately come up with salmon when I asked?
Oh no, I did have salmon in mind. I have a list of fucking fish. I'm very elaborate with my.
Nice.
Salmon.
I forgot you're into fishing.
Yes.
Oh, I should have known.
I've been fishing my whole life.
I should have known.
Is this big enough? Wait, how big is this?
Do you have a Fuck! Sorry, ignore me.
You good?
The other
Pro
thing.
Shop hat. Do you own one?
What?
Do you own a Base Pro Shop hat?
No.
Bass Pro Shop, even?
Base Pro Shop!
God damn it!
Base Pro Shop is where I go to get my guitars, actually.
Logan, dude.
Oh.
Dude, Bast.
But no, the other thing would be, other than that, it is probably not like annual or anything, but like occasionally, probably once every couple years, word gets out that like the pike population is exploding, and they'll have tournaments to see who can catch the biggest pike.
Do they like, if I was to say, my father and I, we used to keep up, every once in a while we'd come around and watch the tournaments. What was the record fish this year? Like, if he said that, like, would that be a weird question?
Probably not.
Then he says that.
And just normally we keep better track, but given what's been happening, we haven't. I would say that the biggest was probably around 4.5 feet. We had a couple of those this year.
On whistles.
I'd warn it was bigger than kind of like looks bigger than them big damn McDuck swords.
Is that right?
Bludgeon a man to death with it.
Walker looks to Evian thinking he'd probably do that if he had the chance.
Bludgeon someone to death with a giant fish?
Yeah.
For the
You
record,
bet your fucking life on it, I would.
For the record,
I think
a fishing tournament would not have traditional fishing rules. If you want to go spear fishing, you can. If you want to do it with a crossbow, you can. If you want to use magic, you can. If you want to go in there fishing naked with a knife and try and catch one with your bare hands, you can. It's just about bringing it back whole, not alive.
I think when he mentions could bludgeon a man to death with it, Walker looks to Evian and says, "Don't even think about it."
Love that.
Evian stares at the floor guiltily.
Did he give us like keys or anything, or is he?
I mean, we're still talking as he like.
Okay.
Don't really have anyone else staying here right now, and he just kind of guides you up and. All right, got it. He kind of like not embarrassed, but like almost reluctant. He turns to Sophia. Don't really have best rooms or anything, but we just got a room.
No worries.
Gonna have any kind of like motions as you go up to the second floor. The rest of this hallway, there's 8 rooms down it. He goes down and with a set of keys, he unlocks each of the doors. Take whichever you go.
Does he give us the keys, or is it just?
No, he just leaves them unlocked. That is probably Owen for a town like this. That is probably like par for the course.
Walker will claim the very first one.
Before he leaves, like goes past Ishri, Ishri's gonna grab him by the shoulder and say, do you feel oppressed in this town? When the Red Band came, did they pillage or anything?
I mean, there was an immediate bit of, threatening going on, but then there was a big fight, and the Eminent, he ended up putting a couple of other Red Bandsmen to death, and been pretty good ever since.
Wait, the fight was within the Red Band?
Hey.
Did they kill any innocents?
He just shakes his head. Gotten a couple of scraps, but nobody's died. Early on, there were some fist fights, but nothing none too boring.
Huh. Okay. Thank you.
Where do they stay? The Reds, if not here.
Various, most of them moving in with people, helping them out. Sometimes some of the houses that are abandoned, not a lot of them ever really were. Kind of shrugs at that. Initially there were a bunch, they came, they did their thing, and then once it was just the Eminent and his men, been fine ever since. They help out, same as you, offer to help, same as you. Wouldn't much say no if we could, but definitely not saying no with the amount of help they have. Anything else? Looks at you all.
Just, good to hear, I suppose.
Gives a nod. You won't need anything. Go. We'll get a stew going. Expected many.
I was going to ask what time supper is, but no rush.
I'll try and get something bigger going. Be just after sundown. Big.
We're expecting one more. Probably should have told the Eminent that.
It was not, well, convenient I gave you the 8 wombs, then it... Friend of the Eminence is a friend of ours. He gets a little smile and heads back down.
Walker's gonna, like, peek out from his room. Should one of us go tell him about our guest?
I'll go.
Walker will turn to his room and begin setting up shop, getting comfy.
We'll drop his things in his room. He'll drop his pack, and then he'll head back to the longhouse.
The rooms are all similar. They're not large, but the beds are extant and minorly at least comfortable. They're not luxurious, but they damn sure feel it after being on the road and in caves. The only thing that really separates the rooms is they all have some level of just random decoration to make you really feel like you're in a hunting cabin.
That's fun.
One of them has a what looks like an old crossbow hanging on the wall, and some of them have taxidermied heads on them.
Walker's got crossbow room.
There's one with a massive compound longbow that looks about.
Hold on a minute, buddy. You know what that means, right?
Yes.
What?
A compound bow?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Within the mechanics of D&D, yeah.
All right.
Are you okay? You're like grinning as if
I'm sorry.
Gotcha.
I didn't mean compound. I meant composite. That is my mistake.
That makes more sense.
No, that was my brain fart. I meant composite, and I thought You were confused. We were both a little off kilter. Yeah, it is a composite.
No, I knew exactly what I was talking about.
Anyway, before Owen leaves, Walker's actually going to stick his head out again. When are we going to leave exactly? Is there a ET on when we'll be prepared, or should we plan for spending just tonight and tomorrow morning, all of tomorrow?
Hopefully we'll all be fit by tomorrow morning. Maybe midday we can leave. Might depend on what Lokar has to say.
Alright.
To finish what I was saying, the longbow is about 10.5 feet long.
Damn!
It's pretty long.
Yeah. You get the idea that some of this stuff was probably made for decoration or something. Like that, like, if you were to examine it, you would note that it has been used before in some way. Has at least been drawn back some. It is as William would say, a comically large bow.
Hee hee.
So with that, day is yours, friends.
What time is it still?
It's early mid-afternoon, like no later than 2-3 o'clock.
We got lots of time. Walker doesn't have any real work to do. Okay, I got an idea. Walker's gonna grab some supplies and probably get like a smaller bag from his bag or something, like a pouch or something. And he would come out and ask anyone who's still present if they want to go fishing. Like, probably ask Ishri first.
Yes, of course. It is fun to do things that you're very good at. She gives a smile.
Walker would also pose a question to anyone else who is still around.
Sophia would say sure, why not? She'll come fishing for a bit.
All right.
I don't get to go fishing because I had to go fucking tell the Emmett. I'm so mad.
If anyone stays, Walker would say, once someone gets back, make sure to tell him that where we're going. And he's free to join as well.
Evian will stay back and tell Owen.
Rom would have, like, put on, like, some more comfortable, casual clothes, and, she'll tag along.
Yeah, Walker would have doffed his, like, leather armors, just wearing common clothes as well.
Sophia's not going fishing in her nice yellow dress.
Sam will join the fishing squad.
Everyone goes fishing.
Everyone's fishing. Oh.
We might as well. Why don't you come with us, Evian? We'll just meet up with Owen since it seems everyone wants to go.
Okay.
I guess we can kind of gloss over that though.
So, Owen, you need to go see the Eminent.
Yes.
We'll do that first and then swing on over. So, Owen.
I mean, I guess he heads for the longhouse. Like, I don't know.
The Eminent is still there currently. Like, you knock or just head in, or normally tradition would be it's a public building. You would just head in.
Oh yeah, sure.
And he is currently sitting at the table in a different position, now across from the mayor. And they just kind of pause when you come in, and he turns. Oh, what do you need?
Forgot to mention, we're expecting someone else to show up around midday, I think.
Evening.
That. I mean, evening.
Just gives a nod. I'll, my men, on the road, we should expect them then.
Well,
keep an eye out.
I mean, I'm not. He might not come by the road.
What are you saying? He's going to come out of the lake?
He's a powerful mage, so
He just gives a nod at that.
I honestly don't know.
Understandable. Let my men know. I thought.
Got an accent. Can't miss him.
Gives a half smile at that. Be certain to keep our eyes peeled.
Should we warn him that the Red Band here are friendly? Just a thought.
Oh, he'll work it out. It'll be fine.
He'll work it out.
He'll figure it out.
Rom's out of sending. Rom's out of sending.
But Owen isn't.
He's
listen,
got it.
yeah, listen, buddy. I got more important things to do.
What if Lokar starts a massacre?
Listen, I agree, but it'd also be pretty funny.
Our
Anyway,
new friend's getting slaughtered by our old friend.
Yeah.
you guys
Leaves it over.
make your way down to the beach of Loch Morda.
Oh,
No,
hold
we
on,
did
man.
it with
I have one more thing.
Okay.
He also, because I didn't remember to do it before. He's going to, he's gonna say, sorry, I forgot to return this as well, and he's gonna pass the Eminent his sword back.
He gives this half smile and just, not a big deal. Don't need it very often.
That's good.
Guys, head on down. Owen, you make your way back and are quickly alerted that the rest of your party has made their way down to Loch Morda to go fishing, apparently, for the afternoon. You heading down too?
Yeah. There was something else I wanted to do, but I also want to. I think Owen also wants to be with the fam. So.
All right.
Walker, if you can't buy any off of like locals or whatever, he'll just like fashion some fishing poles for the party with everything that's needed.
You could definitely, like, it's very community oriented. Like, there's just fishing poles sitting on the docks, stuff like that.
Good.
So,
Walker would also, if anyone is unfamiliar with how to fish, Walker would offer to teach them.
I don't think I've ever asked myself if Owen knows how to fish before.
Definitely does. We fished for shark, remember?
Sophia probably knows
Was he the
how
one
to.
who did? Who was the one who did the actual like, I thought we just chummed the water.
I think it was Evian
Walker-
because he was strong.
No.
Big
Walker
strong man.
caught a large fish. Evian then cut it to pieces and tossed it in to chum.
And then
At that point,
fished for a shark.
Liliana and Evian just threw fucking harpoons at it until it died, while Walker kept shooting it.
And Owen was there with Bless.
He was there with Bless.
All right, so you guys make your way. Everyone beginning to prepare for a nice informal fishing competition. There's a
Competition, okay.
informal. Said I did say informal.
Sophia will be looking around and like out in the water. Is there like people around fishing? And,
There
like,
are some
boats on
people
the
like
water?
there's a few people like out on the docks. For the most part, though, there's like a lot of small boats just out on the lake.
Is there like several docks, or is it?
Yeah, it's like one dock that goes all the way down. Like
So
probably
we can like get
yeah.
a spot on the dock.
Yeah,
then.
yeah, easily.
That's what we do.
What's the Soul Trader's name again?
Ada.
Ada. Okay. Is she, because she said she was fishing. Is she like out in the water doing magic stuff to fish?
Give me a perception check.
Oh, Sophia's not good at that. I think this is the second time I've rolled perception since the beginning of this game.
Nice.
You don't see her anywhere.
You see the
Okay.
glint of gold off her gaudy cloak.
Her fucking name is menacing.
Do we hear the click of her heels on the fucking dock?
Oh gosh.
Do we hear the
So-
sound of the dirt parting before her?
Everyone who is fishing, please give me a survival check.
Oh, I'm fishing.
Yes.
I will say if you have never fished before, do it at disadvantage.
Fuck.
Damn it!
Oh man!
It continues!
Fishery returns!
Fishery the return! Oh my god.
Has Rom fished before?
She lives by the ocean.
Yeah, she was born on the water.
Fuck.
Sophia also lived by the ocean for a long time, so
Evian's
my-
just incompetent. That's just how it is.
Honestly, a decent average.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's mostly Walker and Ishri, conveniently.
after a little while, Sophia will cast her floating disc so we can throw the fish onto it.
Love that.
Ishri will start giving tips to other members of the party.
Oh my god!
If
Are they like-
Ishri tries to give a tip to fucking Evian, he'll start crying.
Dude, push her in. Push her in.
Doesn't have a breakdown.
Are the tips basically regurgitations of what like Walker told her? And Jason told her?
Yes, yes.
Ugh.
Oh,
Mostly, the trick is you actually have to sit very still. I know it's difficult, but you just sit.
I know it's.
Wow, Ishri, you really retained that skill, huh?
Just because I'm not very good at book learning doesn't mean I can't learn other things quickly.
I didn't say anything like that, but it does seem like you're a natural at this.
It's easy.
It is what most water's like, Ishri. It's just nice and peaceful. People catching fish, making a living doing it.
You see a flash of light under the water.
Immediately just like
Big
turns to
fish.
look at-
What the fuck?
Sophia looks around to see if there's any locals nearby.
Yeah, there are. Like, there's some people fishing, kind of.
Detect magic.
Is there usually lights in the water?
Occasionally, it's mostly what's her name? The Soul Strider. Ava. Whatever her name is, mostly her.
What's she doing?
Fishing. And you start to see dead fish floating to the surface now.
Oh my
That
gosh!
cannot be
1,
good.
2, 5, 6,
That
10.
cannot be good for the.
That
Ugh.
is still quite impressive.
And
Owen's gonna like nudge Evian and he's gonna whisper, "Quick, grab that one."
Evian grabs several of the fish. Evian dives
no,
in.
these are pretty far out still.
Oh, way
so-
out there.
Evian
Yeah.
dives in.
Evian dives in.
I'll use it. I'm gonna use
I didn't
a
know they
key
were
point.
far out. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Ben, I'm
Just
gonna use a key
dives.
point to have a horizontal leap of 72
Oh my
feet.
god, you
Oh my God,
launch!
3 times like a missile.
As you dive in, you see Ada swimming up to the surface.
Fuck! I can't get away.
And you like crash and grab a couple of these fish. A nice, probably 3.5 foot salmon, pretty fucking big, very fat, along with a couple of.
Any chance that I can make it back to the group fully underwater?
Give me an athletics check.
Real quick. As soon as he like dives away, Walker says, not like too quietly, "Can't believe that bastard didn't think he was a mage."
I mean, look at that. Look at all the fish he just caught.
And Evian, you into the water, disappearing, and just like very fish-like, just swimming back, appearing right next to the dock and pulling yourself up very quickly.
Oh, look at all of these fish that I found in the water.
As he's saying that, Sophia will try to use prestidigitation to help him dry off
Thank you.
faster.
You mean that all the fish you caught, Evian?
You
Of course, yes, I caught them with my hands.
She's still laughing though.
see
Oh.
you
Even
see
hands below
Ada
water.
now, about 300 or 400 feet out, standing on the water, with her hands on her hips, staring at Evian.
Evian points at Walker.
Is she
He's holding the
is she
fish.
still wearing her
I do
robe?
not-
What? No, she's not wearing her robe. She is in what amounts to her skivvies. She's got on like a simple shirt and what seemed to be like much more like almost like leather leathered like climbers pants or something.
Right.
If we
How's
look
the
behind,
water? How's the water?
if If we look behind the nearest tree, do we see the mayor just creeping?
Oh,
What?
man.
I don't know.
He doesn't need to. He can already see the lake from his fucking office.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Solid.
Why'd you have to say that out loud?
Oh, that's funny.
And she just begins walking and like motioning as the fish begin like not necessarily reanimating, but kind of looking like they're reanimating and beginning to wiggle towards her.
That's pretty gross.
Walker, I can't believe you would take a fish like that.
Vivian, don't
Yes.
talk to me. I'm busy fishing.
She as they all kind of like pool together, she lifts her hand and they all begin to hover out of the water now.
Okay, what the fuck?
And then she holds her other hand and a bucket appears in it and they all fall into...
I just want to establish, Walker would have said, don't start with me. Don't talk with me. That's a William thing, not a Walker thing.
I mean, that is pretty impressive magic, Simon.
You just kind of...
Do you know how to do that?
What is that one called? Mass fish?
I sadly don't.
That's a shame.
I can imagine
teach you that
that
You couldn't compete.
Seems like a good way to kill off all the fish.
I mean, depends how often you do it.
Suppose
Sure,
so.
there's hundreds of fish.
Oh, they only breed so fast, though.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, hopefully they won't take them all out. Be nice to bring Father back here someday.
Is she
Okay.
still walking
yeah,
towards
she's
us?
walking towards you holding a bucket. She has already dried herself off again.
Evian, I would like to reiterate once more that before she was even out of the water, Evian had given or put down the fish near Walker.
They're near Walker.
They are
Most
closer
of
to
the-
Walker than they are to Evian. and
Most
Evian
of the fish are on
definitely
the
does not
floating
look
disc,
guilty.
besides for those fish.
Oh fuck!
Walker would have moved the fish onto the disc.
Okay, smart man. Smart man.
She's no way she's gonna like track where those fish went.
Especially marked that.
When she arrives close enough, Sophia will offer. Would you like to have the disc carry them for you?
That's all right. I think I'm all right. I've never
just
seen
nod.
such... Oh, you're being fair to the fish. Worth something. Gives a half smile at that. I'm expecting you out tonight. But you all looked very tired. I assumed you'd be resting the evening.
No, I decided
So-
to.
It's still fairly early, and well, the lake's beautiful. Seemed like
Aye.
a waste to just stay in our rooms.
Still a lot more restful than the last few days have been.
True.
At least we're not walking in the woods. Or in a cave.
Yeah.
He puts down the bucket next to the rest of your fish and... Oh, well. Certainly a busy day for me. You can see it is mostly full. There are some trout, a decent few salmon, and the occasional cluster of grayling. Oh, and you would know those are mostly a stream fish, and especially like getting caught, like it must be presumably like mating season or something for them to be this far upstream, because they're normally, you know, river fish, much smaller. They don't really get over probably 3 pounds at the most, and those are considered very big. They're much on the smaller side. They are good eating. And,
Need any help with anything in general?
I mean, there's always something doing around here, though no one will ever really ask for. Do you need help with anything? You seem a bit... She just kind of pauses. Seem a bit lost.
A bit what, sorry?
Lost. Gives a half smile, obviously joking.
Well, Ada, we have an impossible task ahead of us that we've already completed the first half of.
Well, I was going to go on a more joking manner, but that works too.
Well, you told my friend that we're a bunch of random people. It's only fair.
Shrugs.
Oh.
Us, random. Imagine it.
I mean, listen, if we're random, anybody else can be.
Motley, I suppose.
That's fine. Might as well be a random person in this situation.
You were all random. What could that possibly make me? I trust you've all settled in well, at least for now.
Yeah, at least for now, yes.
Well enough, we seem to spook the innkeeper for a few minutes there.
There are a lot of random people, she says as she smiles and starts walking. Like, she climbs up from standing on the water where she was walking, now climbing herself up onto the dock, and then begins walking away, just shaking her head. So random.
She was using your magic, Owen.
Aye.
If you're all injured and need anything, a doctor, medical work, anything like that, just let me know.
Oh, I think we'll be okay on that front.
Don't. Owen will take
Owen
it
is
a
a doctor.
personal offense if anybody else is to be the doctor than him in the group.
She
Well,
gives a
that's not true at
nod.
all, Sophia. I'm just better at it than most people.
She just like looks a bit like, aha.
Either way, if you all need anything, I'm staying in the mayor's manor.
Nick's eyebrows shoot up. Not Owen's. Nick's.
Oh.
Evian too. He's the only one who actually knows.
Oh, goodness. I don't. Evian looks a little uncomfortable. That's it.
And she begins heading back up the docks and on her way back to the town proper. And so, as you guys spend the next while until evening or dusk fishing, enjoying a bit of respite here.
I had to imagine we give the fish away to like the locals or something since we already have like dinner put together.
That's what I was imagining. Yeah. A bountiful harvest that ends with Ishri bringing in a comically large salmon that actually breaks the line, and I imagine at that point there's a massive clusterfuck with Evian going in after it, and
Oh, absolutely.
it becomes...
Walker fucking shoots it.
Yeah, it becomes a mess, but you guys are able to eventually defeat this giant lake salmon. This dire lake salmon.
Dire salmon.
Ugh.
Well over 4 feet long, very impressive in its size. And
Mitchell
eventually
hit him with the line.
I don't know. I forget the line.
What line?
Yeah, I'll do it for you. Mitchell needs the salmon to make a con save.
It's like there's a lot of lines.
as the salmon fails its con save, and you guys, with a successful catch, make your way back up towards your temporary base of operations, at least for a couple of days, perhaps. On your way to the Great Stag Pub House Inn. Senses of hope, camaraderie, senses of maybe this can really work out. All around you. We go ahead and end tonight's session with you guys at level 8.
Hey,
Oh, yeah! Wow! Oh my god! I got
Was
18
not
decks!
expecting.
Honestly, was not expecting.
Been waiting for the long
Yeah.
rest for you guys.
I had a vague idea.
I forget
Not
this
super-
fucker always levels up on long rests.
Dude, that's huge.
It's huge.
I'm also very sad because I know what comes next.
Level 9?
No.
Ever.
Rolling shit on my HP. That's
Oh,
what
here we
comes
go. Here
next.
we go. Let's
Oh,
yeah.
let's see
Wow.
it.
Wait.
Roll your HP, boys and girls.
What is it again? Okay.
Oh my god, my HP is gonna go up
Think
so
big.
much with this
Everyone,
point of harm.
everyone, think.
Is it
All right.
D6?
Ooh.
Oh.
D6 plus con. Plus
Think.
Con 2.
Nice for Rob.
Rom coming
That's
in.
good.
I took.
All right. I think.
Oh!
Evie and Ishri, oh my god!
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Reroll ones, right? Reroll ones?
Ishri,
Is
what
that a thing we
the
do?
fuck?
Is that a thing? Is that we reroll ones! We
Can we
reroll those,
trade?
right?
No, we can't.
So now,
Dude,
with Walker's
Dude, that
increased con
sucks.
and the
Oh.
level HP, Walker has 60 base HP.
Sophia now has
Oh.
38.
Fucking.
I have
Oh.
50 HP flat. 'cause that
94?
one, let's go.
I'm so upset.
Oh.
What's Evian at? What's Evian at?
There's actually like
well,
some weird bug
After
going on.
take
Nick, I think you should roll your HP again.
91.
Who?
Can I reroll mine?
No.
I rolled one too.
No.
Oh, come on.
No.
What happened?
I don't know. It didn't save it. I didn't see what you rolled. You should roll again.
You
Wow. I'm pissed.
There you go. There you go, Nick.
Oh, why
Oh.
would
God.
you do this?
There
God,
you
that's
go.
funny.
God, the dice do not want Owen to ever be a frontliner.
I
Well, you know
cannot
what's funny?
believe. I cannot believe that
Simon
Sam,
still
that
has
Dire
more
Salmon
HP.
will lure so much EXP.
Simon still has more HP than Owen does.
How edit character sheet, please?
Oh.
Big arrow on top right of page.
What a fucking session, you. What a fucking session.
Oh, I got.